say, get on the ground, but they say it twice to him while an officer is moving toward him to tackle him. And I can say that watching that video, I'm thinking this guy is posed. He hasn't wrestled anybody. He hasn't resisted arrest. He hasn't pulled his hands away. He's just standing there talking to the officers, just talking to them. And all of a sudden, an officer's like, get on the ground. And I mean, there's about a 2-second pause before he's just straight up NFL-style linebacker tackled. He's shirtless on the cement. I mean, just throws him right down. Now, Brad Parscale is obviously startled by this and says, I didn't do anything, but he allows the officer to put his hands behind his back, put the cuffs on him, and arrest him. And in a sense, there's the happy ending, such as it is to the story, is cops didn't have to taser him. Cops didn't have to pull their weapons on him. So they tackled his butt right to the ground. And I've seen there's some people I really respect out there in social media who say that under the circumstances, this is a legitimate use of police tactics. It's borderline. I mean, I think it's borderline. I think under the circumstances, now, he wasn't severely injured. They didn't pull their guns. It's also a lesser issue. But I can see that there sometimes are gray areas. But my point with the Brad Parscale takedown, and I'm not even getting into all the campaign stuff. I don't know enough about that. Honestly, I don't care. He doesn't run the campaign anymore. And if he stole money, he should pay the price for that. If he didn't, people shouldn't be lying about him. And the guy's obviously having a tough time. I don't like to ever, and this is true with Democrats. It's true with the left. And Parscale is supposed to be on our team. He's a Republican, pro-Trump, obviously. But I don't like to joyride in the wreckage of other people's lives. I think that that's gross. And this guy is obviously going through a very difficult circumstance. And like I said, I've never met him. So I just see this and I feel badly for anyone who's threatening suicide. You feel badly for the guy. If he was in fact threatening suicide, we got to see what the facts are. But I just look at this from the perspective of somebody that all summer, one of the things I kept seeing in the media, pushed all the time. I talked to you about the fundamental lie of Black Lives Matter is that black men are being hunted by police without consequence out of racism systematically or systemically. Both, you could argue. And that's a lie. There's another thing that you would hear. This was kind of the secondary lie behind that if so-and-so was white, this wouldn't have happened. And I think that the Parscale takedown, here you have a famous Trump-supporting white millionaire who is, to my eyes, not a threat when he's taken down to anybody. He's not, they could have said, sir, put your hands behind your back. They said, get on the ground, which would unsettle me a little bit for a second, too. What do you mean, get on the ground? And they could have said, sir, you're under arrest, put your hands behind your back. And then if you won't, but they went with get on the ground. Okay. And I understand procedurally, they heard there were weapons there. And look, but the point here is that the cops often rough people up, including white males. And usually they're doing so appropriately. Usually when they use force, cops are correct. Not always. And, it happens to people all the time. And that's not a justification. It's just let's live in reality, folks, okay? If Brad Parscale can get suplexed on the pavement outside of his own home when he's shirtless, they thought he had a gun hiding in his tiny jean shorts? I mean, maybe, but unlikely. The guy's shirtless. He's talking to them. He hasn't attacked anyone, and he gets, it looks like they're using him as a tackling dummy. And my point here is just, why it didn't result in tasers and gun? Because he did not resist arrest, and there's a lesson here. When the cops are saying you're under arrest, you're coming with us, you have to comply. You don't get to talk about a history of systemic this or that. No. You have to comply. If there's excessive force, you take that up in the courts. You don't get to just say, I'm sorry, I'm going to see if I'm stronger than this cop now because I don't want to get arrested today. That leads to tragic outcomes. That leads to very bad things for the cops and for the individual being arrested. There's a lesson here. Here you have a super rich and well-known, he's down in Florida, he runs the Trump campaign, white guy who, they really threw his butt on the ground. It was harsh. And was it necessary? But COVID-19 pandemic. Well, here's the problem. FBI will tell you that cybercrime's up about 75% since COVID-19 hit. And it turns out that home title theft is a cybercrime. Your home's title exists online. The bad guys find it. Then they use a quit claim deed to kick you off. And then they take out loans once they put themselves on your home's title against the equity in your home. So they take the money and stick you with the payments. Sometimes you won't even find out about this until you're left with a foreclosure notice. You've got to create a virtual barrier around your home's title with Home Title Lock. The moment Home Title Lock notices any tampering, they will shut it down around your home's title online. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use the promo code RADIO, and that will get you 30 free days of protection. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code RADIO. That'll get you 30 free days of protection. You can also check online to see if you're already a victim of this crime and don't even know it.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
Hey everyone, it's Madison Jessiato coming to you once again with the good news. Now we're less than a month and a half out from the presidential election. Of course, we continue to hear about the politics of it all, as well as about the unfortunate realities that many of our communities and businesses have faced as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. However, through it all, there are so many reasons to smile. There are amazing things happening in our country and across the world that we don't hear nearly enough about. So as always, I'm back to share some of my favorite good news stories of the week with you. Starting in Texas, this couple was completely stunned to find out that they were pregnant with quadruplets. However, soon later, they also found out that the mother had a brain tumor. She had to undergo a surgery, very scary, very risky. However, a miracle indeed. They have given birth to 4 beautiful and healthy young boys. They have now been welcomed into the world. The family is very, very excited. And, as I said, an app. And speaking of miracles, this dog is so lucky to be alive. He wandered off from his home in Great Britain only to be attacked. And the vet said it is beyond a miracle that he has survived. Well, he's survived. He's healthy, back with his family. He maintained sight after being shot 40 times with a pellet gun. They're looking for the perpetrator right now. So we'll keep an eye on this story and keep you guys updated, as this person is brought to justice. But definitely wonderful news to hear that he is home, reunited with his family, Nico, who is a 3-year-old Swiss Shepherd. So we're happy to hear about that. And when it comes to dogs, we all love our furry friends at home. And many people ran to Snapchat as Snapchat released their new anime filter. And these hilarious pictures and videos of dogs in the anime filter have gone viral online. You want to check these ones out because these are funny. This is something I'm going to be doing, sometime this week, hopefully with my dog after seeing these. So definitely check these out. And one of our very last stories for today, coming to you from South Florida, the Archbishop Carroll Bulldogs, they had a message for the Miami Heat in a video that's gone viral saying, none to none, Miami Heat, if you need to expand your roster for the Eastern Conference Finals, we got you. Sister Margaret Ann was actually a basketball player before becoming a nun. And so she led off in this video. You're going to have to check it out. It's really great. And as always, if you're seeing things going on in your community that you haven't seen featured on the mainstream media, good news stories, be sure to share them with us so that we can share them with all of our viewers. And we'll be back soon with more good news.
Start your day with the email that Jesse Kelly and Buck Sexton consider essential. The Up First newsletter. It's like rocket fuel for dedicated red-blooded Americans who care about freedom, the country, and the Second Amendment. Get the Up First newsletter. Visit thefirsttv.com and sign up today.
I just want to throw this in the mix. This is kind of a throwback to what we were talking about the last hour, but libs never learn. They never care about what the facts are. And this Trump tax thing is yet another example of that. Here's Sherrod Brown, who's still doing the whole Russia thing when it comes to Trump, even after we've seen his taxes played too.
Most American banks won't quit. They quit financing Trump years ago. He turned to Deutsche Bank, and Deutsche Bank is an outlier and an outlaw among many of the world's banks and the world's legitimate banks. And Trump is clearly, if there's something that Putin has on Trump, we hear everything ranging from sex tapes to huge debt that he owes, huge money, as Kamala Harris pointed out. Just a lot of money he owes to somebody. And I mean, so clearly some things are going on there, and we should know what they are. Trump clearly doesn't want the public to know. It's why his behavior towards the autocrats, especially Putin, is so sordid and so un-American. And I think that the more we know, the more even Trump's base will begin to turn against this president.
Nope. Everything he said there is bull. This guy has no idea what the heck he's talking about. And he was some Democrats even about a year ago were saying he was going to be a real presidential contender. What he's saying is complete crap. But they'll never change. In 10 years, you'll still have people say the Russians had something on Trump. We know they did. They'll never change. Doesn't matter what the fact pattern is. Doesn't matter what the reality of this situation is. This is the way it's going to be, folks. They'll believe the Russia crap forever.
Turn to the First TV for special coverage of tonight's presidential debate. It all begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on the First.
Hey guys, Dana.
First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
She's back, everybody. Megyn Kelly, the one and only. You certainly know her from her time at Fox News, and she's got a new show out now, a podcast, The Megyn Kelly Show, which you can all download wherever you listen to podcasts. Right now, it's number 2 on the iTunes news charts, making a lot of noise already. Fantastic stuff. Megyn, thank you so much for joining.
Hey, thank you for having me. I noticed, here's one thing we have to fix. Apparently I'm behind Hillary Clinton, which please, we cannot let that stand.
No, that is unacceptable. Plus, Hillary's really good at Hillary's really good at second place. So you want to make sure that you beat Hillary. That's really her. Whether it's Obama or Trump, Hillary likes to come in second. So tell us what you see right now in the scene. I mean, we're fortunate that we've got you joining us with the debate coming up. And in fact, people will be hearing the debate just a little bit after they hear this interview, or they'll be watching the debate, I should say. Someone will watch, listen on radio. But what are you expecting tonight?
Theatrics, right? I think Trump, if there's one thing he knows how to do, it's keep television interesting. He's the master at it. And one of the biggest things that I gleaned from that New York Times report on his taxes was the guy was struggling financially with all of his investments and his properties. It wasn't until he got The Apprentice and made over $400 million doing that thing. And why is that? It's because whatever you have to say about Trump, that he's bad at television is not one of the things. So I think it'll be compelling, right? This is not like a debate between Biden and Mitt Romney. It's going to be on. I think Trump will try to stoke Biden's anger. I don't think there's a way of trying him to get him to have a senior moment. You know, like you could give him like a riddle. If you really wanted to be mean, you could go to your kid's brain teaser book. See how he does. And I think if Trump can make it through the COVID section of the night without getting too beat up, he'll do okay.
Do you think that Biden's going to be able to evade on the following two issues that I'm going to bet? I mean, look, it would be malpractice if Trump didn't go after him in these two areas. One is the Democrat Party's really open support of, I know that they try to parse this, but support of the BLM movement that has led to a lot of riots over the summer. They can say that there was mostly peaceful stuff going on too, but the riots are what we all remember. Do you think that he can corner him on that one? And also, do you think he can force Biden, whether it's Chris Wallace or Trump, to answer the question about whether he's going to pack the Supreme Court? I think that's a completely valid question.
Yes, I think Wallace is going to ask that. I think Wallace, the way you do it at a debate as the moderator is you pack into the question the candidate's previous attempts to dodge. So you'd say something like, you know, Vice President Biden, I understand that you've said you're not going to play that game, and that's Trump's game when it comes to whether you'll pack the Supreme Court. But the fact remains that some people within the Democratic Party and some well-known intellectuals within the party are pushing hard for that to be your very first move. Will you tell this audience sitting at home right now trying to decide whether to vote for you based on this issue, whether that is on the table and something you might be prepared to do? And as soon as he started to wobble, I would jump in and say, so no, you're not answering the question. Just let's make it clear, you're not going to answer.
Where were you, and for everyone, we're speaking to Megyn Kelly. She's got a new show out, podcast, The Megyn Kelly Show, which you can download wherever you listen to podcasts. And also, please give it a rating because it's brand new. So you tell other folks out there what you think about it. Obviously fantastic. But Megyn, I got to admit, one thing that I like to tell the audience about how I'm right about most of the big stuff. Of course, right? I'm a radio host, so I do that a lot. But one area, I mean, you got it. But one area where I have to admit I was wrong was from the beginning. I was just saying, there's no way Biden's actually going to, I mean, at the beginning of the primary, right? There's no way Biden's actually going to be the candidate. And now we're seeing all of the, you know, the lids being called on the campaign day after day. I think 8 of them or 10 of them in September already. This senior moments, I think, to charitably call them. All the reasons some of us thought that he would not end up as the candidate. Is this a surprising circumstance to you that Joe Biden's even in this debate tonight? Or have you just made peace with that and said, okay, this is what we got?
Look, I think the mainstream Democratic Party is not nearly as far left as the AOC wing of it, and her wing is not big enough yet to control the nomination process. And let's not forget the press. The press killed Bernie Sanders. You know, the left-wing press, which is redundant, decided there was no way they were going with Bernie, that he couldn't beat Trump, and they got rid of Bernie. And I think that's why the Bernie Sanders supporters are so irritated, because they saw the media do it. They're biased towards the right, and they're biased towards the left wing of their own party. So they got what they wanted, which is Joe Biden, who they thought was pretty moderate. And now they're trying to just keep the guy upright just so they can get him across the finish line on November 3rd. I mean, it's very obvious to me that the most Democrats are out there like, just, you know, it's the same thing with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, how they really just wanted to get her to January. It's with Biden, it's like, just say very little. Just don't have a lot of those moments before November 3rd. When you get to November 4th, you can do whatever intelligence test or memory test or whatever you want to do, but just keep quiet between now and then.
Yeah.
Which is why tonight's going to be so interesting.
I was just going to say, I think that if the Democrats end up losing with Biden as their nominee, they have nobody to blame but themselves. I mean, they had a field of about 20 candidates, and they went with the guy that a lot of us, I mean, I admitted I was one of them, a lot of us were saying, there's just no way. He's too old. He's lost so many presidential elections in the past, or presidential campaigns. He didn't even get to the general. And it's the same thing with the Ruth Bader Ginsburg situation. A lot of very intelligent people, including Democrats, were saying during the Obama years, hey, guys, I know you all love her push-up routines and her amazing, stuff that she does in the gym and all this, and the RBG action figures. Those are all real things, as you remember. But really, it would be better for the Democrats if we put somebody who had a longer, and they didn't do it. And, elections have consequences. Decisions have consequences. I think the decision to put Joe Biden forward and the decision to have RBG could end up being really very sad stories for the Democrats in the long run when they look at what actually ends up happening from this. But Megyn, I want to ask you, you're back now. What do you want to do? I mean, you were somebody who you had a primetime show at Fox. You had a national show at NBC. Now you've started your own podcast. It's obviously getting a lot of listens already. What's the Megyn Kelly Show all about now?
It's about free speech to begin with. It's about being able to say what you want freely and openly about any idea, any news subject. There are no golden cows, right? Like, we're going to talk about all the issues, the third rails of our national discussion, and we're going to do it freely and openly and honestly. And we may not always agree, my guest and I, but no one's going to get penalized by not being able to say something. That I'm so upset about what's happening in our country now, where there's a segment of the podcast that we're doing that I call "You Can't Say That" or "Do That" or "Think That." Oh wait, this is America, and to some extent that's really what got me off of my couch, because I was having a lovely time off, and the thing that really started to irritate me was how many people were getting fired for saying one quote wrong thing, and the number of teenagers who are getting kicked out of colleges for having the wrong thought or having a stupid moment. And I think those of us who have the ability to create a forum where ideas can be discussed openly and honestly without fear of cancellation or the mob coming, maybe they'll come, but they'll have no power, the more of us should do it, because it's time to start fighting back against, even the people who will never criticize Trump. They need to understand sometimes it's worth criticizing him. You need to understand what he does when it's genuinely bad versus when the mainstream media is constantly telling you it's bad. And we need somebody to fight back against those woke scolds who has a platform and who can get guests who will come on who, maybe won't go on some of the other shows.
All right. Sounds good to me. Megyn, good luck to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Everybody should go check out the Megyn Kelly Show. It's in the Apple Podcast Store or wherever you listen to podcasts, the various platforms that folks like out there. And also make sure you give it a rating. Megyn, thank you so much for joining, and great to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you back. All the best.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
I will say that when you talk to the Trump campaign and when you talk to White House officials, they point to the Supreme Court nominee, Amy Coney Barrett, and saying that this maybe could help them with some women, some of these evangelical white women, looking at this and saying, well, this is the president putting up a woman for one of the highest and most revered jobs in the country. But there are a lot of course, women who are also looking at Judge Barrett saying she is a threat to my reproductive rights. She's a threat to women's rights. And when you see it in that regard, she could be hurting President Trump, and he could then be having even more problems with women.
Yeah, there's, I think, PBS correspondent Yamiche Alcindor telling everybody her political analysis of the Coney Barrett, the ACB, what we're going to call her, because the libs hate it when we do, the ACB nomination. Notice the language. Reproductive rights, women's rights. What women's rights? Other than a federal right to abortion that no one really believes is in the Constitution, but they pretend. Other than that, what are the women's rights that Amy Coney Barrett is a threat to? ACB has had a career that 99.9% of dudes out there in America would be like, wow, that's a great legal career. I mean, now, I mean, before she was nominated for the Supreme Court. And they're really going to try this. She's submissive. You know, she just does her husband's, obeys her husband's will. Like she's some Handmaid's Tale automaton, a throwback to, you know, male-female relations in the 19th century or something. I mean, is that really what they're going to try? I just think that they don't have very much here at all. They're flailing, and they're so desperate to get something big going against ACB. Right now, it's just all desperation. It was so smart. I'm sorry. Anybody who thought putting a male forward for this nomination would have been a good idea. Look, I'm not saying it's right or fair that this is the case. I'm just saying that if you look at the politics, they absolutely would have Me Too'd whoever the guy was. They would have found somebody. Because there are a lot of women, unfortunately, a lot of women who are, adhere to this, modern third wave or whatever it is, feminism. And they think that Me Too is a movement not based on the individual truth of the allegations don't matter. It's a movement where you have to be all in or nothing. You're not allowed to say, yeah, Harvey Weinstein's a dirtbag and should get everything that's coming to him, but Justice Kavanaugh didn't do anything. No. If you're Me Too, you're supposed to be all in all the way. And whoever it is that they're told is a target of Me Too, they're supposed to go after and oppose. And that's why you couldn't have a male as the option here. So we'll have to see. We should also hear from noted legal scholar Whoopi Goldberg on ACB. Play 4.
Well, perhaps if we can keep in mind that the United States of America is made up of so many different religions and groups that your religion is just part of the religious thought process in the United States. So when you are ruling as a judge, you can't rule as a Catholic judge or a Jewish judge. You have to rule as a judge. You cannot bring what you think you need to do because we're not a Catholic country. We're not a Jewish country. We're the United States of America. America. We have lots of Muslims, so you can't go by your faith. You can only go by the rule of law here. That's my first thing. And maybe judges need to recuse themselves, because if you are a judge of faith and you come upon something you don't feel comfortable deciding on, you're going to go with your faith.
Did you know that 70% of America identifies as Christian? I would wonder if she understands that. I would also want to know, why is it that we always have to have this conversation about the dogma lives loudly within you, as Senator Feinstein? Oh, we'll get to her mask thing in a little bit. The dogma lives loudly within you. You have to recuse yourself if it touches on issues of your faith. But did anyone say that about Sotomayor? Right? Does anyone ever bring up, did anyone bring up these issues when it comes to a liberal Supreme Court justice? No, only when there's a conservative is religious faith and Christian religious faith an issue. I think that's so interesting, isn't it? Almost like there's not really a principle here. There's just people who are upset that they're not getting their way. Senator John Kennedy down in Louisiana, I think he understands the dynamics here and how this is going to go. Play 8.
It's only Monday. So far, Judge Barrett has been called a religious bigot, a racist, an anti-feminist, a anti-public health. Her opponents haven't gotten around yet to calling her an alien lizard person, but it'll come. Before it's over with, I'm afraid that they'll accuse her of drowning little warm puppies. That's not what this is all about, though. I think almost all of my Democratic colleagues know that none of these things are true.
And yet they'll say them anyway. And I don't think we should let this go. I don't think you should just make this deal in your mind that, oh, it's politics. No. A good person, a moral and decent human being, would recoil at the thought, would find it outlandish that anybody would think it's okay to call into question a person's fundamental character with lies. Right? There is no political party, there's no politician or political motive in America in existence that would make me knowingly and willingly say that I believe someone is a rapist in front of his wife, in front of his children, because I didn't want them to get a job, knowing that that's a lie. There's something really sick and immoral about this, friends. We shouldn't just let this go. I understand we're all prepared for them to smear ACB in whatever ways they can. That doesn't even make it a little bit more okay. In fact, if anything, it shows us how morally repugnant the left and the Democrat Party has become, that this is no problem. They lied about Kavanaugh. They lied about him. I mean, they had people coming forward who no intelligent human being could believe were credible witnesses of what they were saying happened. I mean, the third, Swetnick, when she came forward, she didn't even believe it. Just attention-seeking nonsense. And deeply destructive, but they put her forward. No one was ever held to account for this. Nobody was ever punished for this. So I just think I'm not willing to just part with the idea that anyone who will make the kind of allegations against Amy Coney Barrett that we know are coming, just because it's politics doesn't make it okay. People who do this are bad people, friends. And they deserve your scorn. They deserve disrespect.
The First Presidential Debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice.
Durante la cuarentena hemos tenido que ser creativos para ejercitarnos en casa. Por eso les traemos el siguiente segmento con Dani Mani.
Gracias, Diana. Tenemos meses haciendo mucho ejercicio. Como dice mi mamá, el secreto está en el trabajo duro, la disciplina y deliciosa proteína líquida. Enséñales, Dani. Dani, tú puedes. Los están mirando.
Many retailers are moving holiday shopping in an attempt to prevent crowds during peak holiday season. Stores including Target, Nordstrom, and Victoria's Secret are starting their deals earlier.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice.
Christian, and that's a problem. Now you flash forward 3 years, and some Democrats are again seeking to paint Barrett as some sort of strange Catholic extremist. You have people in the media doing this as well. We have Senator Mazie Hirono, who said this week that Barrett's religious views shouldn't be off limits, right? That if the Senate holds confirmation hearings, that this is not something that should be off the table. She said, quote, "Why should we say you get a lifetime appointment so that you can reflect your ideological agenda in your decision making?" I mean, I'm confused when I hear this. Are we only permitting views of secularists or people who agree with the senator? People who reject God's standards? I don't really understand, I mean, where this is coming from. But beyond that, is this really the strategy that Democrats want to embrace? To go after people's faith during, I just want to remind everybody, a contentious election season. An election season in which Trump keeps telling all of us and reminding us and warning us that Biden really has this secret disdain for faith. Right now, I'm not saying Biden does have that. He's a Catholic. We know that. But what I am saying is that the last thing Democrats need are prominent people on their side, on the left, openly attacking Christian values, acting as though these ethics, these biblical ethics, somehow preclude a person from serving on the nation's highest court. I mean, this is ridiculousness, and it reinforces everything that conservatives and Christians have secretly feared about liberals. It's the sort of thing that led a lot of people to tell pollsters they weren't voting for Trump and then to go out and vote for him. I mean, that should be a lesson learned. You know, I don't understand what the Democrats are doing here. I'm hoping this is just sort of some random people in media and random people in Democratic circles, because this can really be a very losing strategy. There are a lot of faithful people in this country who do not want to be dismissed or treated as though they're crazy, and they certainly don't want a religious litmus test. So we'll have to see what happens here, who the nominee is, and where this goes. But man, oh man, we are facing a very strange time, and I'm very intrigued to see how the Democrats respond to it.
What are we going to see tonight, friends? It's coming up here in just a little bit, and we've got somebody who can certainly tell us how one side's preparing, getting ready, and viewing this as an opportunity for the president to make his clear case to the American people about why he should get 4 more years. We have Hogan Gidley with us now. He is the national press secretary for the Trump campaign. Hogan, great to have you on.
Oh, Buck, thanks so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
So what are we going to see tonight from this president? I mean, I know he's going to be giving us his pitch, but give us a preview of how the president's going to explain to those undecideds why he should get those 4 more years.
Well, elections are about choices, and what you have with Donald Trump is a 47-month-long career in politics of record-setting successes. What you have with Joe Biden is a 47-year-long record of failure in politics. Nothing Joe Biden ever accomplished in the past went to improve the lives of the American people. It shuttered 60,000 manufacturing plants, for example, 850,000 jobs gone because of his embrace of that horrific NAFTA deal. His decisions with China, giving them favored nation status and their entry into the WTO, cost American workers 3.5 million jobs that went straight to that communist nation. That's all on Joe Biden's watch. And what he's trying to sell to the American people is that all of a sudden, after 50 years of this failure, half of a century's worth of doing nothing for you, now I'm going to start working on your behalf. I don't think the American people are going to buy what Joe Biden is selling. But for the president, as he talks directly to the American people, it's incumbent upon him to remind them just how bad off people were with those depressed wages, some of the information I just cited under Joe Biden's policies, and how fast and how quickly President Trump rebuilt this economy. In just a few years, we had more jobs than there were people to fill them. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, and women were employed at record numbers. We had cut taxes. We rebuilt the military. He defeated ISIS, made trade deals that actually benefited American workers for the first time in decades. The forgotten men and women of this country were forgotten no more. This president accomplished all that. And one more thing is he points to the future of the nation, something Joe Biden and Democrats can't talk about, because for 4 days in their convention, they basically tried to sell the American people that America is inherently evil. It's the cause of the world's problems. We don't believe that. That's a flat-out lie. And this country is great. If we had difficulties, of course, but we come out of those difficulties together stronger because we have fought through them as Americans. This is the greatest idea ever realized. This country is a force for good, of strength, of freedom all over the world. And the president will point to the fact that his policies made people's lives better in a country that affords them the opportunities that they could never get anywhere else on the planet.
Speaking of Hogan Gidley, National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign. Hogan, Chris Wallace from Fox is a moderator tonight, and look, he's built a long-standing reputation for asking questions of both sides that could be called challenging. One area where he's expected to challenge the president on his record is going to be on the response to COVID-19. And I think the Democrats believe, especially with the change in perception around BLM and the riots this summer, that the COVID response is the single area they can drill down the most and perhaps have to have the biggest gains among those undecided voters. How is the president going to frame and not just defend, but really just expand upon the good decisions that he made in his response to the COVID pandemic? I mean, what's his case going to be?
Well, what we know is that this pandemic has killed more than 200,000 people in this country. It was unleashed by China on America. It was unprecedented. It was unforeseen what that communist nation was going to do to the world, not just this country. And the president's going to hold them to account. We already know Joe Biden wouldn't do that. He said he'd relieve tariffs on China and not punish them at all for their decision. He'd even give money back to the World Health Organization, which the president rightly stripped away because they were complicit in lying to the world about this pandemic. But we know for a fact it would be worse under Joe Biden because he said he would never have canceled flights from China and from Europe. Doctors Fauci, Birx, Hahn, Redfield all came forward and said that one decision by this president saved countless lives in this country. One death is too many. One death is tragic. 200,000+ is a horrific thing in this country. But early estimates were 2.5 million people dead. It's because of this president's leadership, because he was able to rebuild the stockpile and give all of the states the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the masks, the ventilators. All the Democrat governors said how powerfully this president led them through this and gave them every single thing they needed. Joe Biden left the stockpile depleted. And by the way, one of the reasons we didn't have any of the stuff in the stockpile was because guess who's in charge of producing all of it? China, because of what Joe Biden did with those trade policies that let China run the market. So we had to develop public-private partnerships in this country. The American corporations stepped up and started manufacturing the things we needed here to protect ourselves from this virus. Then the president also put in place the task force that met with governors every week to work with them as well. This is a chance for the president to point out Joe Biden doesn't have a clue on how to handle a global pandemic in a time of crisis. This president does. He's led us through it. We're getting a handle on this. And as we begin job recovery and other things in this country, it's the president whose peace and prosperity message from the first 4 years can continue into the next 4.
Hogan, you're out there. I know this is an unusual campaign season, to put it mildly, unlike any other in my lifetime or yours. But you're out there as the national press secretary for the campaign at the events that are going on. We see them on TV. The president is taking his message to the people. What are you hearing? I mean, I'm sure you're in contact with a lot of Trump voters when you go to these arenas, when you're going to these.
Sure.
What are the things that are on the forefront of their minds and the questions that they would want to see answered in a debate like tonight?
That's a great question, and one I've not received yet. But we point to it a lot. And, I was on a show recently where they said, the president's kind of deviated from the safety and security message and the law and order message. And I said, what are you talking about? He tweets about it multiple times a week. He talks about it when he has gatherings for events. And I was in North Carolina with Laura Trump and Diamond and Silk on the Women for Trump bus tour. I crashed the party, and I showed up in North Carolina. We talked to a lot of moms out there, and without fail, top two issues, every single one of them said we want safety and security in our city streets. We want to be able to carry a firearm. The Second Amendment we want protected, but we also want federal assets in our town to restore peace and restore order in these Democrat-controlled cities, in these Democrat-controlled states. They say that is a real problem because their children cannot play safely. They themselves can't walk down the street or drive down the street without being concerned for rioters and looters and protesters, all of the Joe Biden supporters out there locking arms, not worrying about COVID, by the way, not wearing masks, because I guess the virus doesn't exist as long as you're smashing in storefronts and stealing merchandise or beating up innocent Americans. But that's what they care about. They really love the fact this president has produced for them. And one of the most interesting points I'd like to say, here's what I hear a lot of. It's not that they like every tweet or love everything the president says, but what they are sick and tired of are decades of politicians talking about doing things and not doing things, being the perfect candidate on paper, being the perfect candidate on television, but not delivering for their family. This president has delivered for their families. They appreciate that. They respect that. They want 4 more years of it.
Hogan, before we let you go back to helping run this campaign, which all the people listening right now are hoping you're successful in doing, myself included. So I just want to know how's the president's mindset right now? How's he feeling? You talk to him all the time. Going into this, what can you tell us about the president's vision of what he's going to try to do and just how he's doing given all the pressure he's under?
He's actually in a great place right now. Really excited about finally getting to the show tonight, having that debate, taking that message directly to the American people. It's patriotic, it's unifying, it's uplifting. You don't have to rely on the filter of the mainstream media anymore. You can see these two people side by side. We know that Joe Biden's been doing this now for 50 years. We know he's had 11 debates in just this cycle alone, beating 20-plus Democrat candidates to become the nominee. And we know that the media is going to cover for him. And whatever he does or whatever he doesn't do, they will say he won the debate. They'll make mountains out of molehills where they need to. They'll make molehills out of mountains where they need to. Whatever they can do to put their handpicked candidate into the White House, they're going to try and do it because Joe Biden's embraced all of those radical policies, all the radical ideologies that they themselves as members of the media love and want this country to be, remade in the image of socialism, if you will. So the president's excited about the opportunity to expose the differences between the two candidates and talk about his vision, not just of the future, but also remind people just where we were and how many successes this president was able to do in such a short amount of time that went to improve the lives of all Americans.
National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley. Hogan, thanks so much for joining. Good luck.
Turn to the First TV for special coverage of tonight's presidential debate. It all begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on the First.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice.
Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
Do you really believe that Joe Biden will be on any type of performance-enhancing drug ahead of the debates, or are you just joking?
No, I'm not joking. I mean, I'm willing to take a drug test. I think he should too, because he's had a very uneven. I watched him with when he was with, debating Pocahontas and Harris, who treated him so badly. But I watched him, and he was out of it, right? And then I watched him against Bernie Sanders, and he was okay. I mean, he wasn't great, but he wasn't terrible. He was okay. A far cry from the way you know what I'm saying. I mean, if you look at some of those debates, I said there's no way he can continue. He can't continue. Then all of a sudden he debated crazy Bernie Sanders, and you know what? The truth is he was okay. And I said, how did he go from there with those horrible performances to where he was okay?
And let's just understand what the president's doing here. First of all, he's poking Biden, right? He's trying to get under his skin. He's trying to agitate Joe Biden, and I think he is going to be successful in that, right? I think that is likely to work. Joe Biden's a guy who, you see him, he's done this on the campaign trail. He's lost his temper with voters. I mean, he's really not a very disciplined politician, my friends. He's not a very talented politician. He's not a very disciplined politician either. This guy's lucky. He's the guy who gets the job that no one thinks he should have, but he's just been around long enough. He's just a survivor in the business. There are people like that in the news media. They're just around so long. People know their face or know their voice. And so, okay, I guess this person's good or worth listening to or whatever, but not really. He's that guy in politics. He's just been around the game forever, never wants to give it up. And he doesn't have it, folks. He just does not have what one needs to be president, which is why when Trump's joking about his performance-enhancing drugs, or he's not joking, Trump is serious about it, it makes people ask the question, how exactly are we supposed to think that Joe Biden's going to have the energy and the mental acuity to do all of this? And then you get Congressman Kevin McCarthy, who asks an important question here, or brings up the question of, can Biden, even if he won, do you think he'd actually be able to finish out his first term, play 18?
This is an election not about Republican versus Democrat. This is about freedom versus socialism. Even President Obama said there is no difference between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. And think of this. For the last 14 days, 7 of those 14, Joe Biden has called a lid in the morning. I'm not sure about what's going on with him, but it concerns me because I've watched our current president be able to go to 3 different states in one day, name a Supreme Court justice, have peace in the Middle East even closer, all within 1 or 2 days. And Joe Biden can't even decide whether he can talk to the American people or the press. That is not somebody who could withstand the office of the presidency and make the decisions we need.
You have to remember, the Democrats who hate Trump don't care if Joe Biden can't actually do the job. All they care about is that Trump doesn't have the job and that there's a Democrat in that role. And then they will mold and shift and coerce and demand from that Democrat what they need. So don't think that there's some common ground we hold with them on this. No, not at all. In fact, if anything, they're just committed to doing whatever it takes, saying whatever it takes. Here's Kamala Harris referring to Trump as an infection. Play 12.
But we will not give up. And we will not give in. We will not let the infection that President Trump has injected into the presidency and into Congress, that has paralyzed our politics and pitted Americans against each other, spread to the United States Supreme Court.
She's just not a very good politician, friends. She's just not very likable. But I know, people are going to say otherwise. And Democrats, of course, are going to say otherwise. I don't think much is going to change here. All right, I've got a little bit of switching gears here before we get into roll call. I swear, this guy Fauci, he's not going to be happy until he truly ruins the country. I'm already seeing in New York every day now the drumbeat of we're going to lock down, and you're going to see the blue states are going to want to do lockdowns in advance of pandemic surges to prevent the surge. But so that just means now we're locked. We went from quarantine the sick to quarantine everybody to now quarantine everybody in advance of there being that many sick people in the first place. And when is this going to end? The answer is if we allow it to continue like this, I don't know if it's ever going to end. I think you're going to be told to wear masks during flu season now, and everyone's going to be paranoid. We have to just say, enough, enough. They've even told you a vaccine is not going to be the end of it for them. So if a vaccine doesn't make this thing stop, what does? Make these lockdowns stop, I mean. Here is Fauci on exactly what I'm saying. It's time to double down. We need to double down here, the mitigation and the effects of the masks. It's really important. I've seen these reports on Fox. It's not nice what they're saying about. We'll get into all that. Play 7.
What you make of Florida's decision to ease those restrictions, opening up bars and restaurants?
Well, that is very concerning to me. I mean, we have always said that, myself and Dr. Deborah Birx, who's the coordinator of the task force, that is something we really need to be careful about, because when you're dealing with community spread and you have the kind of congregate setting where people get together, particularly without masks, you're really asking for trouble. Now's the time, actually, to double down a bit. And I don't mean close. When I say that, people get concerned that we're talking about shutting down. We're not talking about shutting anything down. We're talking about common sense type of public health measures that we've been talking about all along.
I want you to remember this, because that same voice that's talking about not shutting down, within 60 days, he's going to be saying, we got to shut down. I looked at the data. We got to shut down. This is all this guy does. That's all he does. What's the advice that he gives people that's helpful? No, nothing. He just takes the worst possible scenario and then demands the most extreme response to it, and always feels like he's some kind of a hero and doesn't like anyone else springing up that there's been a lot of bad ideas, bad thoughts, bad policy in this whole process. Play 6.
Some of the media that I deal with really kind of, I wouldn't say distort things, but certainly give opposing perspectives on what seems to be a pretty obvious fact. If you listen to Fox News, with all due respect to the fact that they do have some good reporters, some of the things that they report there are outlandish, to be honest with you. I'm concerned that sometimes things are said that are really taken either out of context or are actually incorrect.
What exactly is incorrect that has been reported on Fox? I think he should say it, right? You're going to call out the only non-lib news channel with full spectrum cable distribution of the country. And you're a public health expert. You're like the public health dictator now. What are they saying that's not true? I think we're talking about debates. I think the American people deserve another debate. I think we should forget about these COVID task force updates from Birx and Fauci and all that. I want to have Fauci with whatever paper and preparation he wants, debating Scott Atlas, Dr. Atlas, with whatever paper and preparation he wants, and see who the American people believe. That's the debate I want to see after tonight.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, reminding you to watch the No Spin News right here on the First TV every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you deserve the truth. Real news, real facts. It's time to tune out the mainstream media and get news from someone you trust, me. Don't miss the No Spin News every night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every night at 8 p.m. Eastern only on the First. This hour brought to you by Omega XL. Got pain? Learn why one doctor said, with my prescription pad, I can't write anything that comes close. Visit OmegaXL.com/nospin.
Hey, Slider Crusaders, America's the greatest country in the world. Here we are. It is debate night. Tonight, coming up, 7 o'clock, Jesse Kelly is going to give us his pregame. And then 8 o'clock live, we've got Bill O'Reilly. Then the debate, of course, we're going to be airing here at 9 o'clock in its entirety. And right after that, we're going to go back to Bill O'Reilly for his post-debate analysis. So grateful you're here. And, of course, grateful you're going to be watching the debate here tonight as well. This is it. The campaign officially begins. It's all very exciting. This could be the biggest night in political history. This could be the massive swing in momentum that the president needs to stay in power for another 4 years against all odds, against all the media and the social forces working against him. This could be the moment when Joe Biden passes out, for the love of Pete, where his mental acuity is exposed as lacking, where his entire campaign crumbles before the American people's eyes, or nothing. It could just be a pile of nothing, and doesn't do anything, and no one remembers it, and it's just a huge waste of 90 minutes. I want to get excited, and of course I'm going to watch, but I have to, every time I get excited, I've been excited for like a week or two. Every time I get excited, I have to remind myself, it'll probably be nothing. I had a pivotal, life-changing moment. May 2nd, 2015. I'll never forget it. It was a day that I and the country was looking forward to for months, and the weeks of buildup to it in particular, but years in the making, a once-in-a-lifetime battle. I think, like, without a doubt, I'd say the most anticipated sporting event in history. It made $410 million in pay-per-view revenue. Tickets sold out in 1 minute. I'm not kidding. 1 minute, tickets were sold out. I had a gala. I was at a gala with my wife, downtown San Diego. Big, beautiful, whole big thing. To my great shame, we left early. We were having a wonderful time, and we had to, like, I don't know, we snuck out to leave. So that it was, I'm so ashamed that we did that. But we had to leave early so that we could get home and watch the big, historic, life-changing Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. And what a boring piece of crap that was. It was the Mayweather-Pacquiao Dancing with the Stars. Total waste of time. I've never had so much anticipation for something, and I just fell for it. I fell for it. I get swept up in it. Never have I felt such a high of anticipation and then had such a massive letdown. And I vowed from that moment, I'll never forget this. I vowed from that moment to never get excited about anything ever again. And I got to catch myself with this debate. Because truly, I'm not joking. Like I blow this up in my head, like I blew up the Mayweather fight. Right? I'm thinking Trump is going to come out swinging. It'll be a fury of blows, and Biden won't even know what's happening. Like literally, he'll forget where he is. Right? Like maybe he will literally say, "Wait, where am I?" And the Democrats will just be in a panic, and Van Jones afterwards will be the sage of truth for the Democratic Party and say, Democrats, fellow Democrats, it's undeniable. This man is physically unfit to be president. And the Democrats for the next 35 days are scrambling to find a replacement for Joe Biden because he clearly cannot continue to run anymore. The campaign's been trying to hide him for weeks, and they can't hide him anymore. He's got this debate, and he's just going to blow it tonight. Look what happened in front of the lights. Wow, he can't be president. His entire 47 years career in D.C. collapsing before our eyes in just a matter of hours. And Trump waltzes in. He runs unopposed. They canceled the election because there is no election anymore. Joe Biden has conceded the race already. He dropped out. That's how I'm building it up in my head. Just like I built up Mayweather-Pacquiao. It's just going to be, there's going to be punching, not a fury of blows, and the fight is going to be amazing and epic, and it stunk. And I vowed from that moment to never get excited about anything ever again. And I got to catch myself with this debate. Because truly, I'm not joking. Like I'm So it can either be this big thing I'm building it up to be where Biden will forget, he'll forget where he is. Or Trump will like mumble his way through some points and not do that great of a job because he's never really done great in any debate, really. And also Reagan, W, and Obama all did pretty badly in their first debate as president. So he'll just sort of mumble his way through and miss a lot of opportunities, and I'll get frustrated by it. And the bar for Biden is so incredibly low that he could literally stay standing for 90 minutes, and the media will paint him out to be the greatest orator since Cicero. He's the Demosthenes of our day, sleepy Joe Biden. Look, he stood for 90 minutes. Can you believe it? That's probably what's going to happen, right? And no one's going to change their mind, and the media is just going to be total hacks about everything afterwards, and it's just going to frustrate me that we can live in a country where reality doesn't matter, where two people can be watching the same screen and not only have two different opinions. I mean, that's fine, of course, but just like hear completely different things. Like they're watching two totally different realities. Maybe I'm getting too negative here. Am I too cynical? Here, do you remember this guy? This guy was the winner of the second presidential debate in, was that 2016 or 2012? Was Ken Bone in the 2016? Well, that's my point. Remember Ken Bone? Poor guy asked a question about energy or something, and America fell in love with that lovable guy. And then the next day, the media found some old anonymous comments that he put on Reddit about Jennifer Lawrence's nude photos and arguing that killing Trayvon Martin was justified. So America loved Ken Bone, and then we hated Ken Bone. And I don't know if we're supposed to love him now again. I haven't checked up on that. I'm not sure. I bring that up because we're not a very serious people, are we? Right? Ken Bone was the star of the debate. These debates are a very bad way of picking our next president because it's all about the quip. That's what it's all about. It's all about the quip. Everyone's looking for the quip. We got 90 minutes, and the media the next day, after 90 minutes, they're going to boil it all down to a quip. Who's got the best quip? Who's got the best quick, witty remark? Remember this one from 2016?
Can fact check him in real time. Last time at the first debate, we had millions of people fact checking, so I expect we'll have millions more fact checking because, you know, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Oh, what a quip! What a quip! But let's take some self-reflection about how stupid we are as a people and how much the system has so devolved where the winner of the debate of the President of the United States of America will be who can get in the best quip, who can make the most viral moment. And it's not even gonna be, like, it's one thing, so obviously, like, in an ideal world, like, the winner should be the person who could best formulate their vision and ideas and policies and defend, blah, 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 right? But like, we're like so far past that. I mean, Ken Bone was the winner of the, so we've devolved it into who can get the best quip. But now it's even lower than that. Now it's like, remember when Marco Rubio was doing the rebuttal to the President's State of the Union or something, and he drank water a lot or something. Do you remember? Or I forget what. Remember Rubio like drank a lot of water. So it's not even a quip. It's like stupid. It's even low. You don't have to say anything, and that's what we base this on. That's stupid. This is a stupid thing that we do. Here's Hillary trying to get a quip in 2016 as well.
In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be.
Oh! Right off the old dome piece right there, Hillary. Stuff trickled down. So the problem is, these campaigns, they know that the quip is all that matters, so they rehearse the quips. So it's one thing, it's bad enough that we got like rehearsed talking points, now we get rehearsed quips. And it's been like that way, it's been that way for a long time. So Ronald Reagan, he didn't want to do any debate prep. And the first debate went horribly for him. So then he went back and started doing debate prep, and it still went terrible. And the campaign team actually started to panic. So they brought in Roger Ailes to watch one of the practice sessions. And Roger Ailes said it was very obvious that Ronald Reagan did not want to be doing this. And they asked a question to the person who was sitting in for Mondale, and that guy, he was a congressman, that guy gave a perfect answer. It's like a perfect, flawless answer. And Reagan's rebuttal, according to Ailes, was ad-libbed and fumbled. And Ailes told the campaign, he said, this next debate's going to be a disaster if you keep this up. So Ailes, he stopped it. He stayed in the middle of the debate prep. He canceled the whole thing and said, everybody go home. And he spent 30 minutes with Ronald Reagan alone. And Ailes said, Reagan, my man, you got elected on themes. Every time you're asked a question, relate it to one of your themes. He said, the actual quote is, what I want you to do is get back to your instincts. Just say what comes to you out of your experience. In other words, tell stories, which is what we say all the time. Remember back during the RNC, all we talked about was tell stories, tell stories. So that's what Ailes was saying. He's like, hey, listen, Reagan, just tell stories. Tell stories. So Reagan relaxed. He started to pepper him. Ailes started to pepper him with a bunch of different questions, and Reagan's goal was to quickly get to the theme and quickly get to a story. And Ailes, one of the questions was, President Reagan, some people say you're too old for the job. That's what Ailes asked him. And Reagan smiled and said, well, actually, Roger, there's an old line that I've used before. Here it is in action.
You already are the oldest president in history, and some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet that President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Probably one of the most famous. We've all heard it before, and it felt I remembered it being very impromptu, but now that you know it was rehearsed, it seems very rehearsed. He actually stumbles over a word or two, sort of like Hillary did with her trumped up trickle-down thing, right? Same thing, Reagan's "there you go again" line, that was rehearsed as well. Maybe the most famous debate quip was in the vice presidential debate. It was Dan Quayle, and he was trying to compare himself to JFK, and Lloyd Benson said, you know, I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy. That was rehearsed. It's all rehearsed. We'll see if Biden, who's used a teleprompter for TV interviews, we'll see if he can remember the quiz. So, in short, Trump needs to stay on the offense, needs to get Joe to defend the riots, defend the violence, defend his comments on China. 2011, Biden said a rising China is a positive development, not only for China, but for America, but for the world. Have Biden defend his foundation support for the transition of children, the gender transition for children. Have Biden defend moving money around in his family into an S corp to avoid paying taxes. Have Biden defend Hunter. Defend the decades of endless wars that Biden has supported. Trump needs to prove that he's the peace president. Have Biden defend when Trump banned flights from China, Biden called it xenophobic and fear-mongering. Get Biden to defend these things always. Always Trump needs to be on the offense. Get Biden on the defensive because he'll get angry. And Trump always does a good job staying cool during these debates, maybe too cool. But get Biden to be on the defense, and who knows? Maybe Trump will get in a good quip. And I don't know. Maybe it'll be way better than the Mayweather-Pacquiao experience. Maybe it'll be a good fight. And I can have a reason to get excited about things again. Again, coming up, Jesse Kelly, 7 o'clock. And then O'Reilly, live pre-debate coverage, 8 o'clock. And then O'Reilly, right after the debate, right here on The First. True story. Spread the word.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice.
Algunos dirían que este vaso está medio vacío, pero otros dirían que está medio lleno. Bueno, tendremos que ver a algunos expertos en el tema. Te invito a verme y a muchos otros en Vaso Medio Lleno Noticias, servido por Toma Leche.
Many retailers are moving holiday shopping in an attempt to prevent crowds during peak holiday season. Stores including Target, Nordstrom, and Victoria's Secret are starting their deals earlier.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, reminding you to watch the No Spin News right here on The First TV every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you deserve the truth. Real news, real facts. It's time to tune out the mainstream media and get news from someone you trust, me. Don't miss the No Spin News every night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every night at 8 p.m. Eastern only on The First.
Hey, Snyder Crusaders, let's talk more debate prep with John Phillips. He's radio host at KABC in LA. He's also writer at the columnist at the LA Daily News. John Phillips, how are you, brother?
Great, thanks for having me.
Good, man. Good to talk to you. So, before we even talk about what Biden needs to do or what Trump needs to do, like, what's your thoughts on debates in general and what we're headed into, what we're about to see here soon?
Well, I think this year it matters more than other years because typically you see them on the campaign trail, you see them talking to people, answering questions off the cuff. They do hostile interviews sometimes. They do friendly interviews that go haywire. This year we've had Joe Biden being an indoor cat where he hasn't left his man cave. And you've got President Trump out there doing these press conferences every day. So as a general rule, I think we've kind of been there, done that. But this year, it's really our first introduction to Joe Biden.
Wow, that's so amazing. That's so interesting. Joe, is it fair to say that Biden's really benefited from COVID? I mean, when it pertains to not needing to go places.
Oh, yeah. Well, he wakes up, he does one interview on CNN or MSNBC, and he goes back to his jar of formaldehyde, and that's the end of that. So this is really his first test that we're going to see live on television.
If I remember right, he did pretty, well, I don't know. How did he do in the last couple debates? Democrat
Well,
debates.
in the primary this cycle, he was one of two things. He either looked like he was about ready to fall asleep, and every time he took a sip of that Avion, it looked like a cappuccino that Bill Cosby made, and he was about ready to start sawing logs. And then you had other times where he was going 900 miles an hour a minute, which is, I think, why President Trump wants him to take a drug test. So you don't know which Joe Biden is going to show up tonight. My guess is they're going to have him very well prepared. And by that, I mean he's going to keep his answers very short. He's going to have a stock answer on just about every subject. So if they bring up healthcare, he has an answer. And if he doesn't like the question that he specifically asked or has never heard about it, he's just going to answer the question he wished he was asked. And the media won't call him out. Neither will Chris Wallace.
So what does Trump do? That's right. I think that's right. So what does Trump do in response to that? So to the point where he doesn't look like a mean person or like he's picking on Biden. How does Trump handle that?
You know, you got to be very careful with that. I know you're in California. I'm in California. There was a guy in the state assembly by the name of Chet Ray who literally had a room temperature IQ, was the dumbest person I'm aware of who was ever elected to office. And he went up to the California Assembly, represented the county where I'm from, actually. And his staff wrote out his opening speech on these cue cards. And he was reading the speech, and he finished the speech, but wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying, and just read it again. And then he was getting ready to read it a third time because he didn't know that the speech ended a second time, and the speaker just cut off his microphone. Well, a friend of mine was teaching political science, told the kids about this. They said there's no way this could be true. She mocked them, made fun of them, brought him to the class to speak to the class so they could see before their eyes a truly stupid person who's writing laws that they have to live by. And he was this sweet old man. And after he left, they said, how could you be so mean to him? How could you be so abusive to this poor man? So there is a sympathy factor if Trump looks too abusive to Joe Biden that I think will play. So you have to just, I think, take the attitude of, oh, poor Joe, you don't understand, but this is the way it is. If you come out and say, you're senile, you're demented, we shouldn't put you on the button, that's going to backfire badly.
First of all, I'm stealing that line, room temperature IQ. But second of all, like, what a ridiculous state of affairs we're in right now. Where we're saying, hey, President of the United States, don't call your opponent senile and demented. Play it more gingerly. Jeez. Yeah. Okay. All right.
On that.
What, I don't even know where to go from here. What would be an issue that you think Trump could hit Biden on that would land?
Law and order, because Joe Biden was so slow in coming out and condemning all of the rioters, all of the looters. You had Kamala Harris, who was meeting with the families, saying wonderful things about people who we know are not wonderful people. That is a real Achilles heel for him. And if you look at the polls, there's a huge difference in polls in terms of what the matchup is, if it's head-to-head or it's head-to-head with all the third-party candidates. And the reason that the third-party candidates are doing so well this cycle and hurting Joe Biden is because it gives the Bernie people a place to go. Biden's in a really odd place right now where he has to appeal to the middle of the country, those middle Western states, specifically the single moms and white college-educated women. But he also has to throw some red meat to the Bernie people without alienating either one. That's the tightrope he has to walk. And the issue that presents the biggest challenge for him is law and order, because they are on completely opposite sides on that. And for suburban women, it scares the living hell out of them. I mean, it's not just something on TV that they're watching. That's their pharmacy burning down. That's their grocery store burning down. It's something very personal to them.
Yeah, and the fact that it happened in Kenosha, like that's super symbolic that it's not just in crazy Seattle. Okay, so that's really interesting what you said about the polls that are head-to-head, right? So you're saying if it's who you're going to vote for, Biden or Trump, it's, you know, whatever it is. But if it's, here's your slate of candidates you can choose from, you're saying the polls are much closer?
They are. And then when you look at the purple states, they're within the margin of error in virtually all of them. And really, people just understand what polls are saying. They look at polls and they say, well, Biden's up by 2 or Biden's up by 3 in all of these purple states. He's got this election in the bag. No. When it's within the margin of error, the only thing it tells you is that state is close. And things like turnout matter. Things like voter intensity matter. And Democrats are very milquetoast towards Joe Biden. People who are going to vote for Trump will walk across glass for him. And I do believe that his support is understated because people know if you go out and publicly say you're a Trump supporter, you're going to get screamed at in a restaurant. You're going to have your business attacked on Yelp. You're going to have your house spray painted, your car damaged, your property damaged. So Trump's support, I believe, is understated for where it actually is.
That has to be true. You bring up like a third party candidate against Biden, right? I don't even know who that is, right? But you know, the Green Party person. Normally, I totally see what you're saying. Like they're going to split that vote a little bit, 1 point or whatever. But that's enough. It's probably going to be enough this go around. But is the hatred of Trump so strong, so rabid, that even the far left would unite behind Biden, even if he doesn't throw the red meat? Or do you think he still has to throw that red meat?
Well, Trump's numbers are baked into the cake. And don't forget, Trump's poll numbers were never good. They weren't good in 2016. They haven't been good throughout his presidency. And they aren't good right now. But the question is, are they good enough? And when you look at these third-party candidates, you don't have to look at them as, oh, this guy represents the libertarian point of view, or this guy represents the Green Party point of view, or peace and freedom, or whatever. You almost have to look at them as just different names on a none-of-the-above ticket. And the Bernie people who didn't vote for Hillary Clinton and the Bernie people who aren't going to vote for Joe Biden represent a bigger share of the Democratic Party than Never Trumpers do of the Republican Party. I mean, you watch cable news and you say to yourself, oh my God, half the Republican Party hates Donald Trump's guts. No, the people that hate Donald Trump's guts who are Republicans all have newspaper columns or television contracts. He won a higher share of Republicans in 2016 than Hillary Clinton did of Democrats. But you never see Never Hillary Democrats on TV because that's a function of media bias. The same will be true this cycle. Trump will win a higher percentage of Republicans than Biden will win of Democrats. The question is how many of these Bernie people, how many of these left-wing Democrats end up abandoning him for third-party candidates or just staying home?
Yeah, that's interesting. So to bring it back to the debate coming up, that will force Biden to appeal to them to a certain degree. Yeah, that's interesting. We did a segment on this a while back, and I don't want to put you on the spot here. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but we went through some of the different swing states from 2016 and looked at how Trump underperformed against the Senate candidates in those states. So like Trump underperformed Rubio by like 6 points. Something's like does that make sense? Underperformed? Yeah. Right. So like in the party, like Rubio beat his Senate candidate by 6 points more than Trump beat Hillary. And it was like that in all the red states that he won, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Ohio. It was all like 1, 2, 3, 4 points Trump underperformed. And I use that, I interpreted that, I'm curious your take, that Trump will do better than he did in 2016 in those states, because I don't see someone who voted for Trump in 2016 not voting for him this go around. But I do see the reverse of that. What do you think of that? Does that make sense?
Well, to a certain degree, you're right. And then there's also another dynamic that's at play right now. Trump is doing much better among blacks and Hispanics than he did last time around, specifically Hispanic men. I've seen any number of polls showing him splitting Hispanic men with Joe Biden, which is pretty significant in certain states. Yeah. I mean, you look at Florida, you look at Texas, he is doing very well because the media and Democrats look at the rioting on TV or the peaceful protests, and they think that Hispanics look at them and identify with the people lighting the street on fire. And that's not the way Hispanics look at that. I mean, they look at that, and especially the guys, and they're totally appalled. Trump is doing better among blacks than he did in 2016. And don't forget, in 2016, he did better with blacks and Hispanics than Mitt Romney and John McCain did in 2008 and 2012. Where he's doing worse this cycle than last cycle is with older voters. And that's partly because of COVID. They're scared. It's the one part of the Republican coalition that buys into the fear porn that's being spoon-fed to them on a daily basis by the mainstream media. They think they're going to die from this virus, and they want the world shut down forever. Well, I don't know how you move someone who looks at the world that way unless it's law and order. And that is Biden's great vulnerability, law and order, because he can't come out too hard in favor of the cops and condemning the rioters on the streets. And Trump should hit that like a conga drum.
You're right. It's not only condemning the rioters, it's also pro-cop. Yeah, very good. And what I hear from you, too, is that Trump needs to do a really, really good job in justifying his approach to COVID these last few months. That's what I hear from that, and that's awesome. We got to go, John, real quick, though. How's the media going to spin this no matter what happens?
Oh, Joe Biden has a pulse? If you take his pulse and you count to any number other than 0, he wins the debate today.
John Phillips, KABC, LA Daily News, and it's Johnny Don't Like on Twitter. Hey, John, appreciate you, man. Great stuff.
Thanks for having me.
All right, more coming up. True story. Mike Slater, spread the word.
Turn to the First TV for special coverage of tonight's presidential debate. It all begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on the First.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice.
In our travel segment tonight, we are going to Logan Hansen, who has made the all-day trek to the middle of nowhere. Logan?
When you're out in the wild, you need sustenance, energy, and plenty of vitamins. Dad, can't you see I'm doing my segment here? In the wild. Gotta go.
Well, it seems Logan's having some technical difficulties.
Many retailers during peak holiday season. Stores including Target, Nordstrom, and Victoria's Secret are starting their deals earlier.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and juice.
Be a spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
Hey, Snyder Crusaders, it is debate night. Glad you're here. Our coverage begins coming up, 7 o'clock. Jesse Kelly, followed by the one and only Bill O'Reilly. And then we're going to be airing the entire debate right here live on the First. And then Bill O'Reilly has his live post-debate coverage, all here on the First. I'm grateful you're here. Also grateful for our next guest, Brandon Tatum, former Arizona police officer, founder of the TatumReport.com, and you got to go to his Twitter. You got to follow him there, The Officer Tatum. Brandon, how are you, brother?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
Really good to talk to you. And I wanted to talk to you at length today about Breonna Taylor, because you've been doing an amazing job covering that story, and I'm grateful for you. But we got to talk debate today, so maybe we can come back another day and talk about Breonna, because it looks like the AG said they're going to release the tapes from the grand jury. So what do you think about that, real quick, potentially releasing the tapes?
I think it's fair. I mean, you can release, to have more transparency, but it's not going to change anything because Kenneth Walker admitted that he shot a police officer with the presumption that he didn't know who was coming into his house. He didn't know that they were exercising or executing a warrant. So nothing's going to change, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, and it's still amazing to me that people still think they got the wrong house. That's amazing. Like, they're so wrong in the facts. They still think it was the wrong house. Alas, we just talked to John Phillips, and he said tonight the number one thing Trump's got to do to land against Biden is to talk about law and order. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that's one unique strategy that he has, because we look at what the country is going through, and we look at the stance that President Trump has taken, and he's been taking a strong stance on law and order a very long time ago. And I think that Joe Biden has taken a weak stance, or not a stance at all, when it comes to these riots and people are burning down buildings and stuff in the name of unlawfulness, not in the name of criminal justice reform, but in the name of unlawfulness. So I think if President Trump is calm, cool and collected, hit Joe Biden with stats, hit Joe Biden with his own words, I think that he'll do a tremendous job in that area.
Yeah, so Biden will say something like, oh, no, I condemn the violence, and I've condemned it. I've condemned the violence, and I've condemned it. What do you think Trump should say back to that?
Well, he should say, well, when did you condemn it? After the chop went down in Washington? When did you condemn it? After they burned and looted around the country for months on end? Did you condemn anything in Portland, Oregon, when they're protesting, or at least they're rioting and burning down their own city for 90-plus days? At what point have you taken a stance? And you've taken a stance because it's politically correct when you saw the polls going down. But you don't really care about law and order. You would have took a stance before I did. If President Trump come out and say that, then, hey, I think that it'll make Biden, or put Biden on the coals, and he'll have to be pressured into making a unique answer.
I remember when Trump eventually ended up sending in federal troops to, I think it was Portland. Nancy Pelosi called them stormtroopers. So even when Trump was able to take a hard stance, he was criticized for doing so. I hope Trump brings that up as well. What's your pulse, your finger on the pulse of people saying when it comes to viewing these riots? Do you think, what are people thinking? Like, are they blaming Democrats? Are they blaming just, like, are they making it political in their analysis of it? Or are they just like, oh, our country's going to heck in a handbasket? And for that, how do you think most people are viewing this?
I think most people are looking at the Democrats, and they're looking at Democrats on the local level. You know, we don't have any problems here in the state of Arizona. But when we look at Oregon, it's like, what's going on there? And the people who live in Oregon, who live in Portland, Oregon, they're feeling the same thing. And they're like, okay, our leaders are incompetent. And when people around the country are looking at it, they go, the people in Oregon and Portland, Oregon are incompetent. And so therefore you say, okay, what are these Democrats thinking? Why is this only happening in Democratic-run cities? And so people begin to wake up, and I think they can see it clear as the noonday sun. I don't know if it made it to Trump, Biden at this point for most people. But you can rest assured that there are some people that are going to blame Trump, and there are some people that are going to look at Joe Biden, even though he's not the president, and blame him for the chaos that's going on.
I hope people see it as a local issue, because it is. It definitely is. I heard the Democrats try to blame Trump for this stuff, because they'll be like, oh, this is Trump's America. And it's like, no, it's the Democrats' Portland. I think people can put that together. I hope so. Can you speak to Lancaster for a second? As you were talking, I just thought of Lancaster, because the riots in Lancaster lasted for about, 12 hours, and that was it. What did they do that was so different from Portland?
I think that when you take a strong stance against individuals and let them know that we're not going to tolerate this for long periods of time, then I think people begin to back down. You have to be able to stand up for your city. Portland is encouraging these things to happen, right? When they come out and they burn stuff and they storm the city and they try to take over the Capitol building, the mayor and others are encouraging them and saying, no, they're peacefully protesting. These people deserve to have a voice. They're not even talking about people getting killed in these scenarios. So when you have someone that stand up strong against it and you say, okay, we'll let people peacefully protest, but at the point in which you begin to hurt other people, violate other people's constitutional rights, damage property, and create chaos, you're no longer exercising your First Amendment right. Now it's time for us to take a strong stance.
And Lancaster came down with, among other things, $1 million bail. Can you speak to that for a second from a police officer's standpoint? Like, what's the difference practically between like California and New York, which are like no bail now, and on top of that, no bail because of COVID, right? But it's like no bail states and cities versus $1 million bail in Lancaster. What's the practical difference on the street when you have those different approaches?
Well, look, it's kind of like having a child, and you're rearing a child. You're an adult. You're the father, and then the child acts out of control, and you give them punishment, right? Reasonable punishment, whether it be spanking and timeout, or whatever the case may be, a reasonable punishment. And no bail is like your kid running crazy around the house, cussing you out, and you say nothing. You just, oh, little Johnny, it's okay. That's the difference in a more human sense. But when you have people who know that if they get in trouble and go to jail, they will be held accountable, they're less likely to do some of these things. They're less likely to be bold. I'm going to tell you, even as a conservative, you can go to some of these places and you say, well, I'm going to go protest and I'm going to paint over the Black Lives Matter sign because I think that the Black Lives Matter is not representing black lives. You know you can go to jail and you'll get out the next day. It's almost encouraged to go out and do whatever you want to do because there's no lasting consequences. And I think the best analogy is like I presented with rearing children. You have to have consequences or people will run crazy.
Yeah, and Kamala was encouraging people to donate to like these GoFundMe accounts to pay the bail for the states that have a small one. Let's speak on something the president, instead of attacking Joe for the riots and stuff, hopefully Trump lifts up some of his criminal justice reform. Democrats always get credit for criminal justice reform, but Trump's done quite a bit in that regard. Can you speak to that for a minute? And is it the First Steps Act? Is that the big one? And anything else that the president's done that he should brag about?
Well, the biggest one is the First Step Act. It's the first time in, I don't know, decades that we've had legitimate prison reform on a federal level. And myself, Candace Owens, and others went down to D.C. to lobby some of the Congress members for them to, or the people in the Senate, for them to vote to get this thing to President Trump's desk, because we knew that it was incredibly important to give some relief to people who have been arrested on drug offenses. And now laws have changed. Now culture have changed. These people still spend the rest of their life in prison. But because of President Trump, and it was in some part a bipartisan effort, but the president is the one that signed this into law. When things like this occur, you see a lot of people that have gone to prison, a lot of families getting reunited. And it's not just people getting out of jail. You know, just because President Trump signed a piece of paper, you get out of jail. No, it's recidivism reduction training or recidivism reduction courses that they have to go through to make sure that they don't reoffend, that they can come out and be better people. So Donald Trump doing that.
Give me an example. So like if you were advising the president, you'd say, President Trump, tell this story tonight about the First Step Act, so people can really understand it.
I mean, Marie Allison and others that have gotten out of prison and have had an opportunity to get a second chance. Those are the stories that President Trump needs to tell, because then that makes it personal to other individuals and they can see tangible results. Because the Democrats and Joe Biden for 50 plus years, they do a lot of talking. And not just Democrats, Republicans too, in some cases. They do a lot of talking, but they don't have any tangible action behind it. So when President Trump has done things like that, you know, with the prison reform, it's the first step too. So in his second administration, they're going to do more steps to progressively improve. I mean, he stands up for law enforcement. Donald Trump has actually had the families of people that have been killed by police officers, whether justified or not. He has had them at the White House to talk to them about strategy moving forward. So Trump has not only hit it from the prison perspective federally, he support the police officers, and he's done things for victims that have been killed in police violence. So President Trump should tout all of his accomplishments and also mention that he has reached across the aisle in a bipartisan manner to get some of these things done, because Joe Biden is not going to have that luxury to tout any statistics related to anything prison reform.
That's it. So that's definitely the issue that lands most. So you pin the riots on Biden, make them Biden riots, and then Trump is the guy who's against the riots and for the police. That's such a winning recipe there. All right, love that. Brandon Tatum, let's come back on, or hope you can come back on, brother. TatumReport.com, and just know that Trump will not wear a sports jacket as good looking as the one you got on right now, and that's a disappointment.
But he should.
He should. The Officer Tatum. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
True story, Mike Slater. More coming up.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice. When fruit juice mixes with Perrier, extraordinary happens. Try new Perrier and Juice.
We begin here. Have you noticed like yourself getting a little more stressed, a little more anxious about the everything? 35 days now to go. If I could just humbly offer a suggestion to get some of that stress off you, take some time to every day to read a book, read books. Get off the internet for a minute, read some books. It'll bring so much perspective, and the perspective brings peace. And I say read books. One of my dad's favorite Seinfeld scene was one of the Bizarro episode, and Elaine said, "Jerry, they read," and Jerry goes, "I read," and Elaine goes, "Books, Jerry, they read books." If you read books, you'll quickly realize that we've all done this before. There's nothing new under the sun. By the way, the line that book's from is a pretty good book to start with. We've had some great analysis so far today on what Trump needs to do. I think he needs to take some time and be on the offense against Biden. He doesn't want to be on the defense, but Trump also needs to take the time to talk about some of the impressive things that he's done as president. Just rattle them off. We don't have time now, but last week's special was entirely about the accomplishments that he had over the last 4 years, and there's a lot. And a lot of bipartisan ones, and a lot of them, and that's how we framed it when we did the special last week, was things that you'd think Democrats would get behind. Like a peace deal between Israel and the UAE and Bahrain. Like let's start with that. Like, how are you not okay with that one? Bringing troops home, not starting more endless wars like Joe Biden's done. Stand on these things and be proud of them, because people don't know them. People haven't heard them. And it's your job, Mr. President, like soon, to take this opportunity and list them off. And don't get distracted by the pettiness. No one really cares. I mean, that's, as we talked about in the first segment, like that's just the game, right? The quips. It's just part of the game. And don't play the game, right? Trump's taxes are going to be brought up, right? I don't know why, like, this was brought up in 2016. I don't even know why this whole New York Times Trump taxes thing is even a story. He's going to say the same thing he said in 2016. I didn't pay a lot in federal income taxes. I'm smart. I paid as little as possible. So should you. Also, by the way, Biden, you wrote the tax code that people use. You wrote the tax code that you use to avoid paying taxes with your S-Corp. And also, New York Times admitted that there's no financial interest that I have with Russia whatsoever that you've been hyperventilating about for the last 4 years. So let's move on from that stupidness and instead talk about real tax reform that we've got done in my first 4 years, and we're going to do more in the next, right? I mean, you just got to spin it around quick like that. Don't focus too much on the pettiness, the stupidness with taxes, right? Because Biden's going to want to drag Trump down in this. But just move on, because no one understands capital losses and passive loss deductions and tax carry forward and stuff. And it's no use explaining it. By the way, this is for another day, but people do something like, oh, Trump's broke or whatever. It's like ridiculous. Ulysses S. Grant died broke. Thomas Jefferson was the second richest president ever. He had a 5,000-acre plantation, 200 slaves. Second richest president ever, adjusted for inflation, and behind Washington, not including Trump. But Jefferson was in so much debt when he died, he couldn't pay off his creditors. He left nothing to his daughter. He had about $2 million in debt in today's dollars when he died. No one thinks about that, right? When you think Jefferson, you don't think, oh yeah, he was really bad with money. It doesn't matter. And neither does this. But the left with their hyperventilating. And someone said it on Twitter yesterday, and I feel like I should retweet it every day. The guy said, I haven't seen this level of hysteria since yesterday. It's just every day. Another thing. And I'll end here. Coming up here, no matter what happens, it's going to be frustrating because everyone's just going to make up whatever they want in their heads. News is going to be coming at you hard out of a fire hose for the next 35 days. And it's all whatever you want it to be. This is Father Daniel Shaba. He's a priest at a Chaldean Catholic church here in San Diego. Chaldeans are Catholics from Iraq. And he showed up at his church and he saw this. He saw a bunch of people, or he saw a bunch of spray paint on his church, and he released security footage, and a couple of people dressed in black rolled up and spray painted swastikas, and they also wrote white power and Black Lives Matter and the anarchy symbol and all this stuff on the windows and doors and everything. And I saw, he posted that on his Instagram, and someone wrote on the Instagram in the comments, someone said, LOL, clearly a Republican trying to frame Democrats, how pathetic. I thought, what? And every comment was in agreement with that. And I'm like, oh, wow, you just totally made up a whole thing. In your head, you made up a whole story about Republicans dressing up in black and framing, like, what? So how can we both watch the same movie and have two totally, completely different interpretations? Not only opinions, again, on policy, that's totally fun, but different interpretations about what you're even looking at. That's amazing. The ability for the human brain to live in delusion, it's remarkable. And we see it in tons of different instances. Like, everyone I talk to who works in people's houses, like carpet cleaners and plumbers and stuff like that, they'll say, Slater, you'll be amazed at how many people live in hoarders' houses. And these people don't think they live in a hoarder's house. They live in delusion. Right? People who weigh 600 pounds and haven't left their house in 10 years, haven't left their bed in 10 years, they think it's fine. Like, the mind's ability and desire for delusion, it's remarkable. Here, I came across this quote. This is, actually, guys, I don't have it here. Do you have it? This is from the book Hitler's First 100 Days, when Germans embraced the Third Reich. It's a brand new book. I just started reading it. Years later, novelist Heinrich Boll, who had been in bed himself with the flu as a 15-year-old, actually, no, hold on, guys. Sorry, I got to read the whole thing. There is a part before that. My fault. Pending. Here we go. Hitler's Nazis were not the only thing spreading through town. A flu epidemic shuttered schools across Germany. Do you know that? Half of all grade school children and more than 1/3 of all teachers were absent. In Berlin, 200 grades had been sent home. Goebbels became so sick he collapsed, had to go to bed. Fever at 104. Years later, here it is, Heinrich Boll, who had been in bed himself with the flu as a 15-year-old, half-jokingly wondered whether historians had not neglected the epidemic as a key factor to explain the popular delirium accompanying Hitler's seizure to power. What? Did you know there's a massive flu that spread through at the same time as Hitler? Delirium begets delirium. And in a way, our brains love it. There sure is plenty going around today. Debate coming up. Jesse Kelly and then Bill O'Reilly beforehand. Then the big debate. And then live, Bill O'Reilly's post-debate analysis. Can't wait. Here we are. It officially begins. True story. Mike Slater, spread the word.
Turn to the First TV for special coverage of tonight's presidential debate. It all begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on the First.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. The First presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
Bill O'Reilly here, and we have another killing book for you. It's called Killing Crazy Horse, The Merciless Indian Wars in America. This is the 9th and the most successful nonfiction book series of all time, and my publisher says it's the best one. Today, it's vital to know the truth about your country. Killing Crazy Horse explains how America was formed in an exciting way. You will stay up late reading it. Killing Crazy Horse, available now wherever books are sold.
This hour is brought to you by Brownstone Research. Do you want analysis on where the stock market is going and when? Sign up for the Near Future Report newsletter from Silicon Valley angel investor and 5G expert Jeff Brown. Go to bill5g.com.
It's here. It's Super Bowl night. It's debate night. It's going to be fun. We're going to do a whole debate preview show. And don't forget, you're going to catch the debate live right here on The First, 9 p.m. Eastern. But first, your pre-debate from me coming up next. Debate night. I know you're excited. I'm excited. Allow me to give you a little fatherly piece of advice. Don't play any of these stupid debate drinking games where candidate says this or candidate says that, because I've seen a lot of these things floating around out there, and y'all are going to die tonight. Just sip on a little water, maybe a little late night cup of coffee if that's your thing, and enjoy all the fireworks, because isn't that why we do politics? Deep down, you enjoy it, right? I enjoy it. The struggle. It's always a struggle. There's always something to freak out about, something to be happy about. Be happy about tonight. Don't stress it. It's going to be a great night. Here's what you're going to see. Here's what you're not going to see. Here are the dangers for the candidates. First of all, Let's start with Donald Trump. Donald Trump does very well on a debate stage. He does very well giving speeches. My big and frankly only concern about Donald Trump tonight and his performance is this: small crowd. Last I heard, it was going to be 70 people in the audience. There are different kinds of people in this world. Most people, many people, you might be like this, they really, really fear public speaking. You know, they always say it's one of the #1 phobias out there. You get up in front of the room and everybody's staring at you and you get nervous. That's fine. It's perfectly natural. Don't feel bad if that's you. That's most people. However, there are some people out there, and this is Donald Trump, they live for it. Live for it. It energizes them. It's what makes them tick. I have seen this in person. We ended up scoring these great seats to the Donald Trump rally here in Houston. And on top of the rock concert atmosphere going in, and it is fun. I would highly recommend going to one if you ever get the chance. People have signs. There's tailgating. The women are even dressed to the nines like it's a big fancy World Series game. It's hilarious. It's awesome. But Donald Trump got up there and spoke, and I'm not making this up. I was seated and enjoying the speech, and I got so tired, I left seated watching it before he was done talking. He was well over an hour, still going, didn't look tired at all. Because he feeds off the crowd. If you're one of the people who enjoy it, you feed off the crowd. It's going to be an adjustment for Donald Trump to not have a crowd. If there are 70 in there, let's be generous and say it's 50-50. He's got 35 fans. That's not a crowd, and it's certainly not a crowd if you're Donald Trump. And you can roll your eyes at this all you want. It matters. What was the worst period of time in the Trump presidency? By a mile, the coronavirus stuff. When he wasn't doing rallies, when he was in the White House giving press conferences, he wasn't himself. He looked weak, sounded feeble. It was not himself, because he wasn't out there getting the thing that gives him life. I am worried about that for Trump tonight. We'll see how he does. Trump aside, this is Joe Biden's debate. That's because this debate is all about Joe Biden. Donald Trump is president of the United States, so he's on television all the time. Donald Trump's also out there doing rallies, so he's out there on television doing rallies all the time. Meaning you get Donald Trump on your television set all the time. Joe Biden, you don't. You get more Jill Biden than you do Joe Biden. Joe Biden's been calling it a lid on a day at 9 or 10 a.m. every day, supposedly to debate prep, but nobody really believes that. The truth is, all voters, left, right, and middle, they are questioning Joe Biden's fitness for public office. Understandably so. Look, I've already said he's not fit. If you're paying any attention at all, you know, whether left or right, wherever you stand, that man cannot physically do it. He can't mentally do it. He will not. Honestly, I hate to say this, I don't think he'll survive the stresses of the job. I'm not wishing that on the man. I don't believe he would. Now, voters have these questions too. Swing voters have these questions too. And remember, this debate tonight is not about you. It's not about me. Keep that in mind as you watch. I have to constantly remind myself of that. It's not about me. It's not about me. I'll be watching. Talk about regulations more. Or talk about cutting spending more. Why? The public doesn't care about cutting spending. I do. Maybe you do. The Rust Belt swing voter who voted for Barack Obama twice and then turned around and voted for Donald Trump, that guy doesn't give a crap about spending at all. So remember that when you watch. But Joe Biden now, because there are so many questions about his fitness for public office, he has to get up there tonight and he has to be sharp. It doesn't matter if you disagree with everything that comes out of his mouth. If he's up there and he's sharp, that'll be a good night for Joe Biden. This is Joe Biden's night. Donald Trump is known. He's a known entity. Joe Biden, he's not known anymore. You know him as Obama's vice president. You don't know what this current Joe Biden is. He has to get up there and show the American people he can physically and mentally do it. What are you going to see out of Joe Biden? I think you'll be impressed for a while. I think he will overtake your expectations for a while, and here's what I mean by that. I don't think this, I know this. Joe Biden is going to have a medical team juicing him up. How do I know this? Because it's the worst kept rumor in Washington, D.C. now. Why do you think the President of the United States has been practically begging for drug tests all the way leading up to this debate? Because if I know it, trust me, the President of the United States knows it too. Joe Biden has refused, continues to refuse these drug tests and will never accept them because he's 100% going to be on them. What drugs am I talking about? No, Joe Biden is not buying street meth and smoking it or snorting it or whatever you do with street meth before he goes up there on the stage. He is going to have established medical professionals giving him the legal version of all that, drugging him out of his mind so he will seem sharp like he did when he gave that 24-minute speech at the DNC convention. That's fine and it's not fine. One, it's not really fair, is it? That's why Trump's been announcing, begging for the drug tests, announcing we should have one all the time. It's not fair. Okay, setting fair aside, because there is no fairness in this life, it's really unhealthy physically for Joe Biden. As you've heard me say several times, I'm worried that Joe Biden's people are going to kill him on accident. He's old, he's feeble, he's clearly not doing well. Look, drugs are hard when you're young and healthy. They're hard on the body. When you're that's dangerous. That's a dangerous game you're playing. That's one. Two, what do you do if they wear off? There's a great chance, because you're probably going to watch the whole thing right here tonight on the 1st. By the way, we're carrying the whole thing live on the 1st. You're probably going to watch the whole thing. There's a chance Joe Biden's going to go downhill halfway through, an hour into it. I don't know the capability they have these days of getting him up and ready, but I do know this. There's a time limit always. There's a time limit on all of this, and you may see Joe Biden start to crack up a bit. Will that matter? I don't know. And I say that because of this. The average voter who's not decided, which you know there's like 5 of them out there now, but those are the people who will decide the election. Are they going to watch the entire debate? What is it, 90 minutes long? Oh, don't get me wrong. You're a political nerd. I know you will. I'm a political nerd. I will. I'll be watching every single minute of it. I may watch the whole thing and rewind it and watch it twice. I fully admit my vices. That's fine. But is the undecided voter going to? Again, that's the question. What is the undecided voter seeing? How will they consume the debate? Is Joe Biden going to perform good enough for 20 or 30 minutes, and then the undecided voter decides, it's back to Netflix? Very good chance of that. Very good chance. One last thing I want to bring up, because I'm seeing this all over the place. The Donald Trump campaign has asked to have both candidates have their ears examined before they go on the stage to make sure there aren't any devices in their ears. By devices, I mean obviously a way somebody can speak to Joe Biden Navy SEAL style. Let me pause you there with that. I don't think it would help him. In fact, it might hurt him. I work for 4 hours at work. If you want to call TV and radio work, that's fine. But I work for 4 hours every single day with an earpiece in. I have one in my ear right now. See that? It's in my ear all the time. I have one in my ear for 3 hours a day on radio. It's so producers can tell me certain things, time to break, not time to break, speak about a guest. We can talk during the show. You know what they never, ever, 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 ever do to me right now during radio? They never say a word. I could take this whole thing out and drop it. They never say a word. Why? Because I can't speak to you and listen to them. Maybe you're one of the few people out there in the world who can. I cannot, and most people cannot. And that's me. I'm 39. Joe Biden is what, 77, going on 197? Do you think he can listen and speak at the same time without losing his train of thought? He can't. I can't. Maybe they can help you through a word here or there. Maybe that's the plan for Joe Biden's team, if they are really going to put an earpiece in his ear. But I don't think it's going to help him. It doesn't help as much as you think. And maybe you're saying to me, well, Jesse, they can, while Trump's speaking and Biden's quiet, they can give him some facts and stuff. Let me stop you. And I've had to have this argument with several people before. You're a political person. You probably even like history, American history, maybe world history. I do. You love details and facts, probably. That's not what debates are about. Debates are not about you. They're not about me. People, this is the actual latitude and longitude of the South China Sea. Nobody cares. Now, you have to show you own enough of the facts, you have enough of the facts that you are competent, but debates are about feel. Sometimes you don't need to rebut what the guy just said at all. Sometimes you don't need to rebut what the guy just said with a defense of yourself. Sometimes it's time to make a joke. Sometimes it's time to be serious. Sometimes it's time to be sad. Sometimes it's time to be happy. Sometimes it's time for facts. What I'm saying is, earpiece or no earpiece, this debate is all about Joe Biden, for Joe Biden. Nobody can save him. It doesn't matter. Either he can feel it or he can't feel it. That's really the question. Can Joe Biden feel it? I don't know. He used to be able to. He kicked the crap out of Paul Ryan. I mean, Paul Ryan sucks at debating, but he kicked the crap out of Paul Ryan. Joe Biden's been a politician long enough to be able to do this, but that was earlier, Joe Biden. I could do a lot of things at 20 that I can't do anymore now that I'm 39 and my right knee hurts if I run more than 2 miles. Father Time is undefeated, and Joe Biden is not the same man. Will the drugs get him back to that point? Maybe, maybe not. I can't say. But we're about to find out tonight. This is going to be freaking sweet. Trump Jr. had this to say.
Now, again, Joe Biden should be decent at a debate. He's been doing it for half a century. I'm worried about Joe Biden the other 22 hours of a day where he can't seem to leave the basement. I've seen my father. I've seen how he's dealt with this job. I get the call at 1 o'clock in the morning when he's still in the Oval Office sometimes. You know, you can't do this job 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day, every fourth day. It's a 24/7 job, and I just don't know that Joe has the vitality to handle that, and that seems to be apparent based on, the way he's able to, not campaign.
Something to keep in mind. I mean, isn't that the most important thing right now? Whether he's a Democrat or Republican, left, right, center, wherever you fall, the job of being president of the United States of America is an all-consuming, stressful job. You've seen them before. You've seen the before George W. Bush, the before president and after president. Barack Obama, too, before president, after being president. Go look if you don't believe me. They look like they've aged decades. Joe Biden can't physically do this job. All that may have made you uncomfortable, but I'm right. Now, here's something else that might make you uncomfortable. We're printing money like nobody's ever printed money. We're printing money unbacked. Unbacked. And this isn't a theory. There are plenty of economic theories out there. This is a fact. And the fact of the matter is, when you print money unbacked, you devalue that money. And we have businesses going out of business all the time now. Please get a gold IRA from Gold Alliance to protect yourself for when that market does a correction. I realize that's a nice way we're supposed to say that. Make sure you don't lose everything you've worked hard for. Go to goldalliance.com/Jesse. That's goldalliance.com/Jesse. We'll be back.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on The First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know the first is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, they're all over all of it. Go enjoy the first anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, the first will be good.
Hey, Cider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? What we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
We're back. It's more debate prep. More debate, getting you prepped, getting me prepped. Yes! So excited for this night. And here's the thing. Donald Trump is going to get up there and he's going to list his accomplishments. Joe Biden's going to do the same thing. You know, this is not rocket science. Donald Trump is going to say, here's all the reasons I walk on water, and here's all the reasons he's the Antichrist. And Joe Biden's going to say the exact same thing opposite. We know that. But Trump, he does have, as president, a laundry list of accomplishments. And that's part of the reason why it's so hard to unseat a sitting president. When you're the challenger, no matter what your resume was a long time ago, you haven't done squat for the last 4 years because you haven't been president. Donald Trump has been. And look, the tax cuts, they mattered.
We passed the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. The Democrats want to raise your taxes. Tell me about that. Tell me about that. I guess I'm old-fashioned. You know, all my life, I heard politicians want to lower taxes, not raise them. If you could lower them, you couldn't lose. The Democrats want to substantially raise your taxes. How do you figure that? How do you figure that? And regulation cuts, we passed more regulation cuts than any administration in the history of our country.
Look, that's humongous. Honestly, probably more than the taxes. Donald Trump taking an absolute battle axe to the regulations in this country, it's what brought businesses back to life. And what's so odd is Joe Biden, he doesn't hide that he's against it all.
When would you make these changes is my point, because the economy is in a bad state right now. You wouldn't, I mean, would you wait for unemployment to go under 2%?
No. I'd make the changes on the corporate taxes on day one. And the reason I'd make the change in corporate taxes, it can raise $1.3 trillion if they just start paying at 28% instead of 21%.
Doesn't it kind of skeeve you out a little, creep you out a little, if you want to put it that way, the way Democrats talk about taxes? I mean, that's Joe Biden. You know, he's old, feeble Joe Biden, but just the way they think about taxes, because it can raise over $1 trillion. If we just take the tax from 21% to 28%, that's not your money. And they act as if all money is their money, as if you only have the money you have because they've allowed you to have it. Oh, we could take more, but, you know, go ahead, keep a little for yourself. It creeps me out the way they view the world, the way they view the taxpayer. What a bunch of blood-sucking leeches. It is amazing. Joe Biden, we know Joe Biden tonight, for a fact, is going to blame all the coronavirus deaths on Donald Trump. We know that because he's been doing it at every single campaign event since he started. Here he was.
And the virus is not his fault, but the deaths are his fault because he could have done something about it, Jake. I'd say to your uncle, he could have done something about it, but he said nothing. He didn't talk. He said there's no need for social distancing. Don't bother wearing masks. He actually went so far as to suggest that it was a violation of American freedom to maintain you had to wear a mask.
It is. It's completely unconstitutional. The President of the United States, the Congress, the Senate, SCOTUS, I don't care who it is, nobody actually has the authority to tell you you have to wear something in this country. Now, a private business can say wear something or you can't come in. That's their business. But a politician does not have that right. And I know we've lost that in this country. You do remember we've had a pastor arrested for having church during this coronavirus stuff, a blatant violation of his First Amendment rights. But setting that aside, mayors don't have that authority either. Governors don't have that authority either. You can't tell me what to wear. Oh, but it's for your own good. No, you don't understand. Even if I did buy into your coronavirus hysteria, you don't have the authority to tell me what to wear. But again, that's how they view the world. That's the creepy way these Democrats view the world. As they're in charge, you can keep as much of your money as they allow you to have, and you'll wear something if they tell you to wear it. No, I don't think we will. And something else we know is going to come up tonight. Joe Biden, I'll be interested to see how he approaches this. He's going to bring up the Supreme Court nominee, Amy Coney Barrett, tonight.
U.S. Constitution provides one chance, for the Americans to have their voices heard on who serves a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court, who makes those big decisions about their health care, their civil rights, and much else. That chance is now. That moment is now. And the voters, in my view, are not going to stand for this abuse of power. And if we're to call ourselves a democracy, their voices must be heard.
Abuse of power. I'll be interested to see if he tries that tonight, and this is what I mean by that. You can say things like, this has never been done before. It's a blatant lie. You can say those things, though, on the campaign trail when you're giving speeches to the 8 people in Joe Biden's crowd, when you're talking to the media who are all cheering for you anyway. But you can't say those things on the debate stage with Donald Trump, especially not with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's going to call you on that. In fact, Donald Trump's going to enjoy calling you on that. The SCOTUS thing, watch out for that tonight. I'll be interested to see how Joe Biden approaches it. Now, speaking of uncomfortable things, you don't practice enough with your weapon. And I'm not blaming you. I don't either. I've put so many thousands of rounds through weapons in my lifetime. I just have. Even still, those skills erode without practice. And believe me when I tell you, when you are in mortal danger and you need those skills, you are not going to be good enough if you think you'll figure it out at the time. It has got to be automatic. Now, I know what you're saying, Jesse, but I don't have time to go to the range. Or ammo's so expensive. I know. I'm right there with you. I'm not made of money. I have an eye target. Go get an eye target. You practice with your weapon at home. They will send you a laser bullet with the caliber you use. They will send you a little target with it. And you put an app on your phone and practice from the comfort of your home. It takes away all the excuses. Go to itargetpro.com. Make sure you use the promo code Jesse. Go practice with your weapon. We'll be back.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today. The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
You You can never, for a second, allow yourself to forget what the left did to Justice Brett Kavanaugh. In the wake of RBG's passing, there's a lot of emotion going on, and I will refrain from getting too political about her passing. But mind you, the same people that are calling for civility from the right, the same people that are saying that people on the right should, quote, respect RBG's last dying wish that she's not confirmed until a new president is installed, if that even is her last dying wish, because remember, this was reported on by NPR, who said that they spoke to her granddaughter. So we have to take that with a grain of salt. But even outside of all that, you're going to have a lot of people on the left that are talking about, well, you know, Republicans and people on the right have to have compassion when it comes to all of this. They have to be fair, right? They have to realize what the process is, and it is their duty to let the American people pick a new president or to pick a president again before they move to fill that seat. And that is absolutely wrong. Do not ever forget what the left did to Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Do not ever forget the face of his wife as a good man had to stare down reckless and unfounded gang rape accusations against him. These people smeared this man. They tore him apart. They destroyed his family. And this went on for weeks on end. In our mainstream media, our politicians, our brain-dead celebrities mobilized the mob to tear down this man, to accuse him of multiple sexual assaults and gang rapes. Over what? Over no real evidence. You can't forget what the left did to Justice Kavanaugh because it shows who they really are. When they are about to lose power, or when they have lost power, or when they are seeking to gain power, they play dirty. They play nasty. They do not play fair. They certainly did not play fair with Justice Kavanaugh. They certainly did not play fair when they smeared that man through the entire planet and in front of the entire world for weeks on end. So why should conservatives take the bait to quote unquote be fair, to quote unquote respect the process, to do any of these things that the left would never do? Because we all know that if the shoe was on the other foot, the left would move to confirm another Supreme Court justice so fast, it would make all of our heads spin. So don't play their game. Don't allow them to appeal to some greater good. Don't allow them to lie and pretend that if the shoe was on the other foot, that they would act in a moral way. Because we saw what happens when they lose power. We saw what happens when they are attempting to get power. They will destroy anything and everything in their wake in order to get it. So don't ever, ever forget what the left did to Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, reminding you to watch the No Spin News right here on the First TV every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you deserve the truth. Real news, real facts. It's time to tune out the mainstream media and get news from someone you trust, me. Don't miss the No Spin News every night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every night at 8 p.m. Eastern only on the First.
Joining me now, Buck Sexton of The Buck Sexton Show. I mean, you don't even really have to introduce Buck Sexton anymore because he's all over the First. He's probably on your local radio station as well. Why wouldn't he be? He's on every other one. Buck, now shoot me straight on this. I sounded like my grandpa when I opened the show tonight, and I told people, don't play these debate drinking games because you're going to kill yourself. Just kick back and watch the debate. Full disclosure, are you going to have a cocktail during the debate?
I'm watching with my siblings, which is exciting because they don't actually work in political commentary and yet can be even saltier than I am in this stuff. So that's always, I'm like, damn, you guys really don't mess around. Tonight, I'm not going to be drinking because I'm going to be tweeting. And I can tell you from not personal, but near personal experience, drinking and tweeting, Jesse, it's dangerous business, especially during a debate.
Yes, it certainly can. That great joke that sounds so funny about 5 whiskeys in can mean no more Buck Sexton the next day on your television set, even though actually they probably wouldn't care here at the First, but I can't speak for your radio stations. But I like that you're watching with siblings. See, I do the same kind of thing. I have a bunch of neighbors of mine, Republican-leaning neighbors, but non-political people, and I love watching these things with them because you and I are way too deep in the bubble to know what real people see. I think everybody in our business should do it.
No, absolutely, and it's funny because my family runs really the gamut from being, you know, center-right, I'd say, to one family member who's like, I'm sorry, are you being insufficiently supportive of President Trump? He's taking on the deep state, Buck. So there's we got a whole range on the right here. And I'm actually, believe it or not, almost in the middle of the range. So it's a fun bunch to watch the debate with. We're all from New York City. People are always shocked when they see the real deal. But no, I think that the debate tonight is really meant more than anything else to give people on the mainstream media side of things the talking point that they're preparing beforehand. I have to give a hat tip to Sean Davis and Molly Heminger, the Federalist. They had a back and forth on Twitter over all of the takes the journos are going to share from he really showed up tonight. He got it done. It was a knockout. They should have thrown in the towel. Like, this is Sean and Molly at the Federalist laid all this out. And I was like, I don't even know why national journos are going to show up after this. Like, why are they going to say anything? We got it all.
I have this theory, Buck, that at least for the first 30, 45 minutes or so until the drugs wear off, it's as I've told everybody tonight, it's the worst kept secret in D.C. that they are juicing Joe Biden out of his mind before these major events to get him ready for them. That I think before those things wear off, he's going to do fine, and that's probably enough for Joe Biden tonight. He has to show the general public that he's a functional adult, which he's not, but they can present him as that for a while. Is my prediction wrong?
If Joe Biden shows up on stage with his pants on and does not try to burp the alphabet or just stand up and scream, I am a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the media is going to say that it was a brilliant performance by Joe Biden. That's all he has to do. That's all he has. And that's, by the way, true of his entire presidency. It's just he's got to be. He doesn't have to be good. He doesn't have to be smart. He's just got to be. And they'll push him forward. They'll do the rest. So I hope Trump can. I think Joe Biden's got a glass jaw, since we're going to use boxing analogies all night. We always do. And I think Trump can take him down on it.
I do too. Do you think Trump can get a rise out of him? I mean, look, there's nobody better in politics at getting a rise out of somebody than Donald Trump. And Joe Biden, people forget how mean and nasty that guy can be if you get under his skin. Can Donald Trump do it? Will he do it?
Oh, I think he absolutely will. I mean, Biden is you're going to see him trying to hold back angry old man Biden, which we've all seen. It's like the get off my lawn guy, but you're not actually on his lawn. He's confused about where he is, but he's still very angry at you, thinking you're on his lawn. That's what you're going to see with Joe Biden tonight. He will at some point raise his voice. And of course, Democrats are going to love it. Look, I'm not a big believer in debates moving the needle. I think it's great for us. It's fun to see. It'll be intriguing, but I don't know how much it really convinces the 10 to 14% of voters who are undecided. If you go back and remember, I mean, now I can't make enough Mitt Romney jokes, but although he might vote for ACB, but if you go back and remember the first Mitt Romney-Obama debate, Mitt Romney crushed him. I mean, Democrats were in mourning for days afterwards. That was before the Candy Crowley terrorism foreign policy debate. Didn't really do anything. Didn't change anything.
See, man, you totally burst my bubble. I genuinely think they do matter. I'll put it to you this way. I think this debate, because it's the first one and there are questions about whether or not Joe Biden's brain is cottage cheese, I think it does matter. I think a lot of those undecided voters at least tune in early for 20, 30 minutes and check him out. You don't agree. You think this is just for you and I and all the political nerds watching my show right now.
I mean, everyone's going to watch this who has any interest in politics at some point, or they'll watch portions of it. Will that affect even maybe subconsciously who people will vote for who are undecided? Perhaps. But I think that if you don't already like Biden or Trump, watching this debate, unless there's some real collapse moment, it doesn't feel like I don't see this changing any minds. But look, man, the fun thing about politics these days is all the people who are supposed to be right or wrong all the time, and nobody seems to care. So we got that going for us, Jesse, which is nice.
Yes. that is one of the nice things. All right, moving on past that. We got this SCOTUS thing. I saw they're planning on a vote end of October on ACB. Doesn't that seem a little too down to the wire, or do you think that's intentional?
I think this is wrong. I think this is a bad move. I want to be very clear about this. I'm pretty sure I've been on your show and Dr. G's show, and among others, and of course my own, saying that Durham, the people who think that St. Durham is going to save us from the deep state are going to be very disappointed. And I was right about that. That's not going to happen before the election. I'm also going to say right now, I think that people forget how devious and dastardly these Democrats are. Remember, the Kavanaugh hearing was sailing through, Jesse. It wasn't like they pulled out the Me Too ambush at the beginning. It was toward the end. Everything was going fine. And then they sprung it at the last second. We are giving Democrats time to get together a game plan, a strategy of sabotage. If it were up to me, Mitch McConnell would hold a vote next week, and then there'd be a big banner out in front of, every Republican member of Congress's office that says, deal with it. That's it.
Which do you think will finish first? The Turkey-Armenian tension between those two countries, or the Durham investigation? I can't figure out which.
Well, no, I'm very confident that Lindsey Graham will appear on Fox News at some time in the next few weeks telling us that any moment now we will find out about what really happened with the deep state. He's going to get us those answers. Just tune in tonight to a show that he's on, and he'll probably tell us that again in 6 months.
Well, how does he get away with it for this long? Because I'll tell you, like everybody else, I've been frustrated with Lindsey Graham for most of his career. And then during the Kavanaugh thing, like everybody else, I came around and thought, man, this guy has really come around. I'm on Team Graham. And then I woke back up and realized nothing changed. That was a gigantic fundraising effort for Senator Lindsey Graham, who knew he was going to get great TV out of it.
Ever seen The Karate Kid? Not the Cobra Kai, which we should talk about another time. But, LaRusso lands that ridiculous crane kick and wins the trophy. So, once in a while, the nerd that everybody could actually beat up in real life lands the crane kick. That's all I could tell you about Lindsey Graham.
Buck Sexton of the Buck Sexton Show. Thank you, my friend.
Great to see you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
I know you're going to watch the debate tonight. And what I want you to do after the debate is this. I want you to go to your room, crawl into bed, close your eyes with an ebb sleep on. Because that's what I'm going to do. And I am going to wake up tomorrow morning after 8 solid hours of sleep and feel like $1 million. And it's not a mystery for me. Like, I don't have to hope that. I know that now because I have an ebb sleep. I want that for you too. I continue to get emails from people telling me, thank you, thank you, thank you. Every single one of them, I should read them on the air, says, thank you, I never knew. This thing will calm down those racing thoughts. It will put you asleep fast, and it will keep you asleep. Go get one. You can try it risk-free for 60 days. Go to tryebb.com/Jesse. That's tryebb.com/Jesse. Use the promo code Jesse. Get $25 off. We'll be back.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on The First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey, Cider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? What we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Joining me now, Corey Lewandowski. He's the senior advisor to Trump-Pence 2020. He's also the author of Trump, America First, The President Succeeds Against All Odds. And I want to actually talk to you about that last part first, Corey. Succeeds against all odds. I have been frustrated, to put it mildly, with how deeply entrenched our anti-Trump bureaucrats are. Even in the military, they seem to be everywhere. And Trump is having to fight people within his own administration half the daggone time. What can he do about it? Can he clean these people out, or are there too many of them?
No, look, the truth is this president has been up against the wall since he came down that escalator. We saw the fake Russia narrative. We saw the FBI, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, McCabe, Strzok, Page, you know all the names that use their badges and their guns to go after us. And look, when you talk about fighting the bureaucracy, in this book, there is a chapter, the second chapter, where I get into a physical altercation with the then Chief of Staff, John Kelly, just outside the Oval Office, because these people don't want to do what the president asked them to do. And I'm a fighter. And when John Kelly, threatened me and grabbed me, I said, hey, buddy, I'm fighting back. The whole story's in this. This book also has a story of me fighting in front of Congress for the president when they told us we colluded with Russia. We know it was all just made up. Little Adam full of Schiff knew it was a lie from the very beginning that they perpetrated to try and take down a duly elected president.
Corey, I'm actually glad you brought this up about John Kelly, because this has been a source of frustration for me as well. I'm a Marine, or at least was back about 30 pounds ago and about 15 years ago. And seeing some people like John Kelly, seeing even Mattis, seemingly go sideways and turn into people that I didn't think I knew. I don't recognize these people. What happened to John Kelly? Or was he always like this and I've been blinded by the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor?
Well, let me say this. My brother served 23 years as an active duty Marine, retired from the Marine Corps, and I have the utmost respect for him. I had the opportunity to pin him when he became a second lieutenant. And so it was a real honor for me as a younger brother to be able to do that. And I thought John Kelly was a man of duty, honor, integrity. But what I saw was open disobedience from the commander-in-chief. He was given direct orders and just summarily dismissed them. He thought he was the president of the United States. As so many others have done in the world of Donald Trump, they thought he would simply forget that Donald Trump would give them an order or a directive to do something. They would just say, you know what? The old man's crazy today. I don't feel like doing it. Well, let me tell you something. The American people elected Donald Trump to change Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what he's doing.
Where's the opposition really coming from, Corey? Is it Donald Trump's foreign policy, which is much more in line with my foreign policy? Because that seems to be a real wedge between him and the intel community, him and the military community. They don't seem to want to let go of that. Is that the main one?
Of course it is, because the military-industrial complex makes a lot of money off of wars overseas. And this president's foreign policy has been very clear. Look, let's bring our men and women in uniform home unless there's an absolute reason to have them forward deployed. Now, that's not to say you don't have a QRF somewhere, a quick reactionary force somewhere. That's not to say we don't strategically have our men and women deployed in places. But let's get rid of the never-ending wars. You know, we've been at war in some places for 20 years. Kids who are out there fighting for us right now weren't even born when we started. And what are we fighting for? Look, I am absolutely pro-military, and I think that when our military gets forward deployed, they should have every resource available to them to make sure that we can succeed. But nobody that I can think of, and the president included, thinks that we should continue on foreign soil for 20, 30, 40 years at a time, unless there's a strategic reason. The military-industrial complex wants to keep people out there.
Corey, I've been trying to prep people for what I think is coming in Afghanistan, and you are more than welcome to yell at me and tell me if I'm wrong about any of it. I think the president wants us out of there. I think he's making several moves to get us out of there, but I've been trying to let people know getting us out of there, part of that is going to involve talking to people who are absolute scumbags. That's why they call it peace. You only make peace with your enemies, as the saying goes. How is Donald Trump going to go about presenting that message to the American public of, yeah, I don't love sitting down with the Taliban either, but we're doing it?
Well, look at his record of Middle East peace. And I know it's a different thing, but it was the first Middle East peace deal completed in 26 years, between known adversaries. Countries that have just hated each other since the inception of time, if you will. And when you put Israel and others at the same table and Donald Trump brokers that deal, that shows as a great deal maker what he can get done. The truth is, Afghanistan has had wars going on there for literally thousands of years. Everybody's tried to conquer it. It's not our job to be forward deployed there forever. Let these people govern themselves. Show them the opportunity to do that. But what we've seen, and you know this, is blue on green violence. We've seen that they don't want us there anymore. And the truth is, one American life lost there is one too many.
Corey, Joe Biden. Now, obviously, I disagree with Joe Biden's stances on pretty much everything because I'm as partisan right hack as you can possibly get. I don't pretend otherwise. He physically and mentally cannot do this job, though. And don't you think, more than anything else, whether people love Trump, hate Trump, I get it. Don't you think that's going to matter to the American people? I think we're going to see it tonight during the debate. Don't you think that's going to matter? The guy cannot do the job. It's a hard job.
Look, 1,000%. Look at Donald Trump's stamina. Look at his schedule. He wears out people that are 30, 40, 50 years younger than him. He's doing 5 events a day. He's not resting for a week to then go do a debate. Joe Biden in tonight's debate asked for 2 bathroom breaks in a 90-minute debate, his first televised debate, and he asked for 2 bathroom breaks, and we said absolutely not. You want to be the leader of the free world? You want to have the keys to the most powerful military the world has ever seen? Go stand on a debate stage for 90 minutes and answer questions. Donald Trump last week flew to Miami in the morning, flew to Atlanta in the afternoon, flew back to D.C., did an event there, flew down to Virginia after that, and then flew back all in one day while Joe Biden called a lid on his activities at 8:30 in the morning. I want somebody, even if I don't agree with them, I want someone who's going to go fight for me. And Donald Trump is that fighter.
What can be done about the drugs thing? It's the worst kept secret. I opened up my show talking about it. It's the worst kept secret in Washington, D.C., that Joe Biden has a medical team getting him ready for these big public events because he just obviously cannot do it anymore for whatever reason. What's the solution? I mean, the Trump campaign, they've been outstanding about calling for the drug tests. The Biden campaign is refusing it. Do you think calling for it is enough? Is there anything else that can be done?
Well, just remember, when the president has to go take his physical, we release all of his statistics, his height, his weight. They say he's obese. We list every piece of medication that he's on and the doses that he's on. And if Joe Biden wants to be the commander-in-chief, then he should have to do the same thing. Look, you and I both agree. Joe Biden doesn't have the mental acuity to be the leader of the free world, the president of the United States of America, and we should know what medication he is on. It is the right of the American people to do it. Look, they have made an argument so many times that Donald Trump is obese and he's overweight by 2 pounds. Look at the way this guy outworks everybody. He has been forward-facing on any prescription medications he's taking. What does Joe Biden have to hide? If there's nothing there, then let's have a physical done and let the American people decide.
Kamala Harris, Explain to me why Joe Biden would pick Kamala Harris. I always found this to be baffling. He didn't need her to win California at all. I mean, California, not that I expect you to vocally, say that on a television show, but California is going for Democrats. It just is. So what does Harris bring to the table? She was nothing in the Democratic primary. Why Harris?
It's a great point, and I will concede the fact that Donald Trump is not going to win California. That's the only point I'm going to give you on this one. Look, he's not going to win California. Kamala Harris didn't even make it into the Democratic debates, basically, right? She was out before the Iowa caucus. She's not African-American. I know it's a fine distinction, but even Don Lemon said she's not African-American, right? She's black, and there's a difference in the community. As Joe Biden thought he needed her to get the African-American vote, she's Jamaican by birth. Her father's Jamaican. She's American, but her heritage is Jamaican. And so I don't know what she brings to the table, to be honest with you. Joe Biden has said very publicly he's a transition candidate. I think this is the way he's transitioning, which is don't campaign, don't knock on doors, don't answer media calls, don't answer press questions unless you have a teleprompter in front of you, and set Kamala Harris up to be the next nominee for the Democrats in 4 years.
Does Joe Biden accept another debate after this? I know there's a schedule. I know there's a debate schedule. I had this theory. I didn't think he was going to show up for this one, but he is. Does he show up, survive this one, and then scam out of the others?
I didn't think he was going to be there tonight either, to be honest with you. And look, we asked the Presidential Debate Commission to schedule a fourth debate. Joe Biden is probably the only challenger in modern political history to say no to an incumbent asking for more debates. We asked the Debate Commission to move the debates up so they coincided more with when the ballots were going out. They said no. So look, my guess is Joe Biden is going to have a fine performance tonight. And even if he doesn't, the media will tell you it's the greatest performance since JFK walked on the debate stage. He has to show up or he's basically conceding the elections.
Tory Lewandowski, the book is Trump America First. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Man brings up some good points. We'll be right back.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
I have a homework assignment for you tonight. I want you to have fun. I know that this is serious, that presidential elections are serious, the outcomes are serious. I know that's why you love politics, because the stakes are so high. But it's important you take time to enjoy the big events, or otherwise it's just all miserable, isn't it? Otherwise we should just all go play Twister or something. Remember, you don't have to change the channel either. The First, we're carrying the debate live right here. You don't have to change it at all. Once the debate is over, Bill O'Reilly's doing a post-debate show. How often do you get post-debate coverage from Bill freaking O'Reilly himself? You get that too, right here on The First. But have fun tonight. Enjoy it. And I'll tell you something else. Let your kids watch. There's no bad words. How many things can your kids watch on television today that you won't have to scramble and change the channel? Let them begin to soak it in. And you don't have to guide them. Let them soak it in. Let them ask questions. Let your kids know these things do matter. You don't even have to be partisan about it. Or you could tell them Biden's the Antichrist. Oh, stop. We can make jokes. Again, have fun tonight. Don't change the channel even after, because Bill O'Reilly's coming on. Enjoy all the debate coverage right here on The First. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, reminding you to watch the No Spin News right here on The First TV every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you deserve the truth. Real news, real facts. It's time to tune out the mainstream media and get news from someone you trust, me. Don't miss the No Spin News every night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on The First. The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on the First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on the First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the First.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know the First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy the First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, the First will be good.
Hey, Slider Crusaders. On my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on the First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Bill O'Reilly here. Tired of hearing lies about your country's history? I am. So get the true story. My new book is called Killing Crazy Horse, The Merciless Indian Wars in America. It's the 9th Killing book, the best-selling nonfiction book series of all time. You will not be able to put Crazy Horse down. You will learn a tremendous amount about your country. Killing Crazy Horse, available everywhere.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
You're watching The First.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. The First Presidential Debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. This hour is brought to you by Home Title Lock. Home title fraud is one of the fastest growing crimes. See if you're already a victim at HometitleLock.com. Use promo code BILL for 30 free days of protection.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here. Welcome to the No Spin News, Tuesday, September 29th, debate night. Now, this is a taped edition of the No Spin News because later on, right after the debate ends, about 10:30 Eastern Time, I will have live analysis of the debate. So what we're going to do now is set it up, all right, with taped segments that I've pre-recorded. And it's interesting. I think you'll find it very edifying, word of the day, edifying, to watch what we've done and how we've set up the presidential debate. So it is the biggest night of the campaign, as I said, because people are trying to evaluate if Joe Biden is cogent or not. Another word of the day, cogent. So again, what we're going to do is going to run this pre-recorded program, all right? And then at 10:30 Eastern Time, approximately, I'll be live analyzing the debate. And we'll go, 40 minutes or so. I'm not going to keep you up that late. And during the debate, we'll be tweeting at Bill O'Reilly. If you're not a member of our Twitter army, almost 4 million, at Bill O'Reilly. And we'll be sending out tweets live time. And then we'll have the whole analysis afterward, okay? So that's our schedule today. And let's start the pre-debate No Spin News special. Go. Interesting, Joe Biden, running around Iowa, was asked by a reporter, hey, your name is on the top of the witless list from the Republicans. Maybe they'll trade. So John Bolton will come in return for you. And here's how Joe Biden replied.
The reason why I would not make the deal, the bottom line is, this is a constitutional issue, and we're not going to turn it into a farce, into some kind of political theater. They're trying to turn it into political theater, but I want no part of being any part of that.
Ah, it's a constitutional issue, is it? What Mr. Biden is saying there are two things. Impeachment's constitutional, okay, but he's not going to show up, even if subpoenaed, because of executive privilege. He would claim executive privilege as vice president under Barack Obama. That's what he's doing exactly the same thing that President Trump will do. Executive privilege. Now, I want to break this to the former vice president. It's already a farce. But to have him stand there and say they want to turn it into political theater, like the Republicans want, I mean, are you that dense? And the answer is yes, he is. Yeah, absolutely. Joe Biden is so divorced from reality, I can't even tell you. He's in Star Trek land. Just for those of you thinking about voting for him. He is not here on planet Earth. So yesterday, 2 days ago, Joe Biden is campaigning in South Carolina. He said he was running for the U.S. Senate. A lot of right-wing commentators and Republicans, conservatives got on him. Anybody can make that mistake. All right, Biden's in the Senate a long time. I've said things, I've misspoken. It can happen. But last night, Biden said something that wasn't a mistake, a verbal mistake. And I don't know what the heck it was. Go.
150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. More than all the wars, including Vietnam, from that point on.
That's insane. 150 million people died from guns since 2007. The number, according to the CDC, is about 400,000. And that includes suicides, accidents, and everything. All right? This is from the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. That's the number of all gun deaths in the USA. 150 million people. There were less than 100 people killed in World War II in both theaters. So who says that? What kind of a guy says that? It's a guy who has no control over his thought process. Now, I don't want to be uncharitable. I don't. And I, as you know, predicted Biden would get the nomination 6 months ago. But who on earth could vote for Joe Biden when he has no control over what he says? 150 million people killed by guns in the United States since 2007, when Sanders voted against the Brady bill? It's not a mistake. It's just, he just made it up. Is it a lie? No, it's not a lie, because Joe Biden, in my opinion, doesn't know what he's saying. So Joe Biden rolled, and today you hear, oh, he's off the mat, Joe Biden did this, Joe Biden did nothing. Bupkis. African-American voters saved his butt. They did it in South Carolina, it translated into North Carolina, Alabama, and Virginia, and away he went. All right? He didn't do anything. Only thing that Joe Biden did in the last couple of days was confuse his wife with his sister. That's all he did. And then he said Super Thursday, but caught himself. Okay, fine. So Biden basically is the recipient of generosity from Democrat minority voters, because they basically felt that Bernie Sanders doesn't really look out for them. That's the calculation. Now, Hispanics, they think Bernie is looking out for them. Very interesting, but not African Americans. All right, so here's what Biden says after it is apparent that he is the Super Tuesday winner. Go.
Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when he got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy.
Okay. I don't have any beef with any of that. I don't. So Bernie Sanders wins California, the most liberal state in the union, Colorado, which has gone very far left in the Democratic precincts. Still a lot of Republican traditionals in Colorado. It's a fight. And his home state of Vermont. That's it. All right? But Bernie thinks he won. Go.
And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination.
No, you're not. I mean, and you know you're not. You're not winning it unless Joe Biden falls completely apart. All right, politics. So as I predicted, am I the best? Come on. Now, I know I lost North Dakota, but that wasn't a primary. That was a caucus. About 13,000 people voted in North Dakota. Sanders won. And in Washington State, they can't even count the votes. Now, Sanders won by 46 percentage points against Hillary Clinton in Washington State. Nobody knows who's going to win, Biden or Sanders, in Washington State. So Bernie's cooked. He's through, all right? He's done. Loses Michigan, loses Missouri, loses Mississippi, gets killed. He knows it. He knows it. But he's not going to get out because he and his acolytes believe that Joe Biden might fall apart. Sanders gave an address today on his political future in Burlington, Vermont, and here's the pithy part of what he said. Go.
What became even more apparent yesterday is that while we are currently losing the delegate count, approximately 800 delegates for Joe Biden and 660 for us, we are strongly winning in two enormously important areas which will determine the future of our country. Poll after poll, including exit polls, show that a strong majority of the American people support our progressive agenda. The American people are deeply concerned about the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in this country, and the American people want the wealthy and large profitable corporations to start paying their fair share of taxes. Overwhelming support for that.
That's just hooey. All the polls say Americans don't want a socialist in the White House. So he's just not telling you the truth. All right? And if you add Trump supporters, so last time there were 63 million of them,
To Democrats who think Bernie Sanders is a loon, you have an overwhelming mandate against Bernie Sanders. But he can say that because the media will never challenge it. Oh, that's right. Everybody wants socialism. Everybody wants to punish corporations and affluent Americans.
Are you feeling weighed down by the burden of your timeshare that you can't seem to get out of? If you are feeling stuck, you're not alone. The annual fees never stop, even after you quit using the property. Lone Star Transfer is here to help. A family-owned business with more than 12,000 satisfied customers, Lone Star Transfer is dedicated to releasing timeshare owners from the lifetime liability of timeshare ownership. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, 99% success rate, and more than 15 years of experience getting folks like you out of their timeshares. The process is done legally, ethically, and quickly. Don't wait. For the top customer service in the market and an upfront and free, no-obligation consultation, please call Lone Star Transfer right now, 833-594-0079. Or visit LoneStarTransfer.com. That's 833-594-0079 or LoneStarTransfer.com.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on The First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey, Slider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? What we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
So there's a new strategy to harm President Trump so he loses the November election. That strategy is he's incompetent. He's incompetent. And the coronavirus proves that. He's incompetent. Now, we went over the timeline of President Trump last night. If you did not see that, that is one of the most important programs we've ever done here. Because it's just a fact timeline about what the president did and said and when. And we stacked it up to what the New York Times said and when and all that. And if you look at that, you step back and look at it objectively, it doesn't seem to be any glaring incompetence to me. Now, was the president perspicacious? No, he wasn't, because he didn't want to accept that this virus might destroy the U.S. economy, which it has. He did not want to accept that. And when you don't want something to be true, you resist. That's human nature. And he didn't resist to the point that he did anything irresponsible. He did stop the flights from China and then later from Europe. But his public posture was, we got this thing. We got it under control. Okay? And they didn't have it under control. But he wanted to have it under control. Do you understand that? Now, that's not incompetence. And plus, the president has a responsibility not to panic the financial marketplace. So we went over last night step by step. I pointed out the mistakes that he made. I pointed out the good things that he did in a fair, and you cannot challenge our analysis. There it is. So if you didn't see it, please access it. Now, the strategy has changed from small ball ventilators, respirators, masks, medicines. That's all gone. All right? The new strategy, which comes from K Street in Washington, from a Democratic think tank, all right, is Trump's incompetent, because that's, everybody understands that. He's incompetent. And Americans died because he's incompetent. Period. That's what it is. So we lead with the state of mind of the President of the United States. So I'm in a unique position to know the man for more than 30 years. You know about the United States of Trump. If you do read the book, you will understand him. Right now, Donald Trump is angry. That's his state of mind. And it's a two-pronged frustration/anger. So he believes that he succeeded beyond any expectation in putting the American economy back together and having prosperity for most Americans. And he did that in the first 3 years in office. That was his signature accomplishment and what he was going to run for re-election on. It's gone. The virus killed that. Now, people will remember what he did. There's no doubt that is true. All right? And the people who like Donald Trump will give him full credit. People who don't like him will not. However, people vote on emotion. And next November, that's how they will vote. Not on a, well, the president did this the first 3 years. It's not going to be that way. So Donald Trump knows he has lost a tremendous achievement in his pursuit of re-election. It makes him furious, makes him crazy. It would be like you training for the Olympics, and we have thousands of athletes in this position right now, and getting to a point of such strength and such accomplishment by practice and practice and suffering and suffering and suffering, and then no more Olympics. That's exactly what happened. You can imagine the frustration of those athletes who spent years and years developing their skill, and now they can't compete because of the virus. It's the same thing. Secondly, the frustration that Donald Trump has that is turned to anger is that he knows that the media doesn't care about the truth in this country any longer. That all the reportage is done through an ideological prism. And 90% of the national press despises what Donald Trump stands for and the people who follow him. And they want a total revision of the American government and economic system. Trump knows that viscerally, and he knows he's not going to get any credit no matter what he does. Mail-in ballots. The other soundbite of note yesterday in the press conference with Donald Trump was his opposition to voting by mail. Now, let me be very clear here, because this is another very important thing. Absentee ballots, you have to have them, but there's a cutoff for them, all right? Voting by mail is right up to Election Day. And I oppose it, always have, because the potential for corruption in voting by mail is off the chart. Now, it's very interesting to note that the people pushing voting by mail are all on the left. That's where they are. Conservative Republicans they don't want it. Here's what President Trump said yesterday.
When you do all mail-in voting ballots, you're asking for fraud.
People steal them out of mailboxes. People print them, and then they sign them, and they give them in. And the people don't even know, or they're double counted. People take them away. They force people to vote. They harvest. You know what harvesting is? They take many, many ballots, and they put them all together, and then they just dump them, and nobody has any idea whether they're crooked or not. Anybody in California that's walking or breathing, many of those people don't have the right to vote. Well, they'll be voting. And you know what? We're not going to let it happen, because you're subverting our process, and you're making our country a joke.
And that's absolutely correct. That Governor Newsom in California would send ballots to everybody, all the people who have driver's licenses. That includes thousands of illegal aliens. Anybody renting, you all get a ballot. And you're not eligible to vote unless you're a citizen. That's what the game is. And he says bundling. You know what bundling is? When a organization, political organization, a party, goes around door to door in apartment buildings or houses and says, hey, have you voted? And the person says, no, I didn't vote yet. Well, do you have your ballot? Oh, yeah, I have it right here. And they go in and they tell them how to vote and how to do it. They sign their name, and then they take the ballot away from the people. And they bundle it. And they bring it down, then after that, to the election center. That's called bundling. Well, you can get older people who don't know what anything is, people who don't speak English, and the guy says, here, this is who you vote for, sign your name.
All right, so in November, we have Donald Trump, who is despised by, I would say, 40% of the American people. Really dislike him. That's a lot. 60% are divided into Trump supporters, and I put that number at about 40%. And then 20% can be persuaded to hate him or to like him, depending on circumstances. This is the O'Reilly formula, but I think I'm right. I can back it up. So Donald Trump now faces two catastrophes, which he, in January, had no idea. You can imagine him at night going, what happened? Got COVID, the pandemic, which is subsiding. It is. And whether it'll roar back, nobody knows. But it's hurt the economy more than any other factor in history. You know, let that sink in. COVID has hurt the U.S. economy more than any other single factor in history. A lot of people losing a lot of money, losing their jobs, and we don't know where those people are going to go. Don't know. Do they have confidence that Donald Trump will bring the economy back, or are they just going to throw in the towel? And then you have this race stuff. Now, the race stuff, again, will subside. I expect a little resurgence over the weekend in poorly policed cities. There's a big difference between the cities that are policed well and the cities that are poorly policed. Detroit is now policed very well, whereas a disaster in 1968. Detroit. New York City is policed well, but it has a terrible mayor, and the governor is befuddled, to say the least. Chicago, terrible mayor and terrible governor. Chicago. And LA, same thing. Terrible, weak mayor. Okay? Newsom's been MIA. You haven't heard anything about Newsom on this stuff. Nobody knows where he is. How bad is it? Your back, knee, or neck pain? Mine was pretty bad, to the point my doctor wanted to give me some medicine. I declined. I don't like that kind of stuff. And I tried a bunch of stuff, ointments, pain relievers, fish oil. Nothing really worked. Dr. Friend recommended Omega XL, and here's why. The underlying cause of painful, achy joints and muscles is inflammation. The key to knock down the inflammation before it causes damage, backed by 35 years of research, is Omega XL. And the doctor also said, I can't write any prescription that comes close to doing what Omega XL does. So if you're suffering with painful, achy joints and muscles, stop wasting money and switch to Omega XL. Order Omega XL now. You'll get a second bottle free. Great deal. Visit OmegaXL.com/Bill. OmegaXL.com/Bill or call 1-800-844-4888. 800-844-4888.
The First Presidential Debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Hey, Slider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on The First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on The First TV immediately following the debate.
Donald Trump holds his first rally in 4 months at Tulsa, Oklahoma, Saturday night. He spoke for an hour and 41 minutes. I watched a lot of it. He wandered around a little bit, and I got myself a Dr. Pepper, but you know, he ruminated, let's put it that way. But the headline of his rally was that he didn't have a lot of folks there, 6,200, according to the Tulsa Fire Department, and the arena sits 19,000. Now, immediately, CNN and NBC News went wild and all that. To me, I would not have gone to that rally had I been a resident of Tulsa, Oklahoma, or anywhere near. I mean, the COVID thing is too intense for me to be in a crowd. And it's not because I'm afraid of COVID. It's that if I get it, then I'm going to give it to a whole bunch of people that I love. So I don't want to get it. So I wouldn't have gone. But be that as it may, if you think it's a big deal, and okay, but I don't. 6,200 showed. Trump spoke for a long period of time. He used the term Kung Flu on that drove the woke media. Oh, Kung Flu, how terrible. We got people dying in the streets. We got an attempted Marxist takeover in this country, and I'll tell you about that in a moment. And you're worried about Kung flu. We got, about 250,000 people dead from the real flu. Okay, so all of this going on, right? And it's been going on since Memorial Day, since George Floyd. What did Joe Biden have to say about it? Now, I'm on a Hannity radio show today, and he introduces me every week as a simple man, which I am. And he's been pounding Biden because Hannity, I don't even have to say, he doesn't like Biden. And his criticism is, well, where's Biden? Where's Biden on Seattle? Where's Biden on Atlanta? Where's Biden on Washington, D.C.? Where's Biden on New York City? Where is he? What does he have to say about it? It's been going on since Memorial Day. No Biden, no comments. Okay? That is an excellent point. I've never seen it in my entire life. You would think that Joe Biden would be all over the story, tweeting. All he has to do is tweet. That's all, just like Trump. Tweet. Give me your opinion on Seattle. No way. They're not going to say anything. Because here's the strategy. A man named David Axelrod, who's a CNN pundit, one of Barack Obama's best friends and top advisors, is running the show right now for the Democrats. All right, he'll deny it, but believe me, David Axelrod is running the show. And David Axelrod is a smart cookie. I hate to use a cliche. All right? He believes that Donald Trump is in so deep with COVID and the protests, Biden doesn't say a word. Biden's poll numbers are going to go up because people are so disenchanted, so fearful, that when you have that, the incumbent numbers always go down. And it's true, they always do. Ask Martin Van Buren. All right? They nicknamed him Martin Van Ruin because of the economy. Okay. So Axelrod said, we don't have to say anything. And we're not gonna. So you're not gonna see Joe on anything but the most friendly venues, because anybody would have to ask him, what do you think about Seattle? Biden's not going to go against the far left. He's not. Ever. Mr. Vice President, what do you think about the defacement of the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial? What's Biden going to say? Not going to go against the far left. So that's what we have. That's what's going on. You're not going to hear it anywhere else but here. And David Axelrod, if you have a beef, you come right on and we'll chat. But I know you're running the show. And if Biden gets elected, Biden's not going to really be president. David Axelrod and Barack Obama will be president. Investors seeking steady cash flow, ready to diversify? Have you considered a proven real estate investment fund? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right, you could receive steady 10% monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. So, learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Please call now, 201-210-2727, 201-210-2727, or visit nria.net.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
Hey everyone, it's Madison Giussiotto. Now, the President of the United States has officially announced his pick to become the next Supreme Court Justice, Judge Amy Coney Barrett. And an incredible career she truly has had, someone that's quite hard to criticize. But as we saw with Justice Brett Kavanaugh, the Democrats will stop at nothing to try to bring President Trump's Supreme Court picks down. And so we have to take a look, at what is the truth about Amy Coney Barrett? Starting, of course, with the fact that there are already people online attacking her, with the longevity of her judicial career. Well, she spent, time on the appellate court for the Seventh Circuit since 2017. And some people are saying, well, that's not quite long enough. But you look back at many justices in the past who had spent no time on the bench, less than her. You look at Elena Kagan. Justice Kagan, when nominated by President Barack Obama as his second pick to the Supreme Court, had never been a judge before in her life. She was Solicitor General of the United States at the time. So I think this attack on Amy Coney Barrett is quite irrelevant. But we continue to move on, and people are trying to present her as a radical or as if her faith will interfere with her ability to be impartial on the bench. Of course, this isn't true. Amy Coney Barrett is a Catholic. Catholics make up over 20% of our country, only second to evangelical Protestants. We don't hear these attacks against Joe Biden or others. We don't hear these attacks against any other justice who has been put on the bench, and we've seen many Christians in the past. So again, this is a baseless attack against great Judge Barrett. But on top of that, you look back to when she was nominated to become an appellate level judge back in 2017, and there was bipartisan praise and support for Ms. Barrett. Her colleagues at Notre Dame Law School all praised her. They actually wrote a 2017 nomination letter supporting her nomination, saying she's a model of the fair, impartial, and sympathetic judge. And interestingly enough, there is a Bloomberg opinion columnist who's also a Harvard Law School professor, and he is a Democrat. He says, I don't agree with Amy Coney Barrett on much of anything. However, he said, I clerked with her in the Supreme Court back in the late 1990s, and even if I don't like her views on certain issues, I don't necessarily support the president. There's no doubt in my mind that she is someone who deserves and will do an amazing job as a Supreme Court justice, which I think is a really strong statement coming out of someone who definitely is on the other side, but recognizes her abilities as a judge and what she'll be able to do as a justice. Like I said, she's been praised by both sides in the past for her impartiality. As we know, she's a textualist, she's an originalist, she's someone who will look to the text of the Constitution and make sure that she doesn't stray away from those hard decisions. And that's exactly what we need on the bench. So as we move forward, I think confirming Amy Coney Barrett to become the next justice for the United States Supreme Court is the right decision. And, people say, well, it's really quick and, maybe we should wait. And of course, you look back to 2016 and everyone's flip-flopped on this issue. But the reality is there's no reason to wait to fill this seat. They have the votes that they need. They need to move forward. And in the past, there have been many people who were confirmed in a short amount of days. Of course, her predecessor, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who she praised in her speech after being nominated by the president, was actually confirmed in under those 45 days that people had mentioned. I think it was 42 when she was nominated by Bill Clinton. So, we have to move forward, and hopefully we will see a Justice Amy Coney Barrett very soon.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
You're watching The First.
Now, this is a very fascinating story, another story you will never hear. Stony Brook University is run by the state of New York. It's on Long Island, okay? It's a good school. There's a guy there who teaches political science named Helmut Norpoth. There's Helmut. Look at him. All right? Helmut predicts presidential elections by using a primary model. In fact, in 2016, he hit it almost exactly, and his model has correctly predicted the last 25 out of 27 presidential votes. 25 out of 27. The only ones the model missed were the JFK election, where Nixon really won that, but because of Illinois and the mob, the mafia, it went to JFK. and the Gore-Bush, where Gore won the popular vote and could have won if the Supreme Court hadn't decided that Florida goes to Bush. Now, Helmut Norpoth, the PhD, he's a serious guy. I try to get him on a program, and he doesn't like to do that. I've never seen him on TV. He gives Donald Trump, you ready for this? A 91% chance of being re-elected in November. 91%. He says that Trump will get 365 electoral votes. All right, the same as Barack Obama got in 2008. Now, Trump got 304 last time around. So, Dr. Helmut Norpoth, Stony Brook University, says landslide for Donald Trump. I wouldn't bet on that, but I'm taking it seriously in the sense that I'm telling you about it. I'm considering it. Helmut's got a lot on the line here. But Joe Biden doesn't have any core values. You know, his value is I want to win. I want to be president. I'll say what I have to say. The problem with that is that about 25% of his party are radical leftists who want socialism. They want to do away with the capitalistic system. And he's not going to control those people. I mean, look at Bernie Sanders. You can't get more radical than Bernie Sanders. All right? He would have us in the Cuba system. That's what we'd have. But Biden, he likes Bernie. I think the compromise that we came up with, Bernie Sanders, is excellent. Okay? I express my gratitude toward Bernie for working together to unite our party. And Bernie Sanders says, quote, I think the compromise we came up with will make Biden the most progressive president since FDR. All right. Power to the people, right on. So you can expect a massive amount of changes in our capitalistic system. Let me give you specifics. Biden's going to raise the corporate tax. The one thing that stimulated our economy, he's going to raise it. He's going to raise tax on me and every other successful American. He's going to raise the capital gains tax to a very high level, double it. It's going to wipe the stock market right out. I'm not buying stocks. Why would I pay 50% on any gain I have in the stock market, which is risky? I'm not going to do that. All right? Nobody else is going to do it. Stock market, boom. Okay. Corporations are going to move assets back overseas. Remember, Trump grabbed them, said you got to move them back to America, which many of them did because they got a tax holiday for doing it. Now they're going back overseas where they're not going to be taxed as much. Affluent people will leave the country. Nations like Uruguay already telling Americans, come on down here. You got $100,000, you buy an apartment, we'll give you citizenship, and nobody will touch your money. You got to renounce U.S. citizenship, or the IRS will get you, but a lot of people will. Particularly if a wealth tax is proposed, and Bernie Sanders wants a wealth tax. That's confiscation of private property. That's confiscating private property. All right, that's what it is. Now, it's unconstitutional, and I think the Supreme Court would rule it that way, but you're going to go through a big thing to get there.
The first presidential debate, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Hey, Slider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning, we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on The First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
So 4 years ago in the Republican debates, Donald Trump was dismissive of Governor Kasich and everybody else on the stage. You know that. You saw it with your own eyes. Kasich took it real personally. All right? Same thing with Mitt Romney. Same thing with George W. Bush because of Jeb Bush. Same pattern. You know, Donald Trump, he's an easy guy to dislike. I mean, he doesn't sugarcoat anything. So anyway, then Kasich kind of doesn't vote for Trump in 2016, makes it clear. CNN jumps in, hires him as a commentator. He never said anything that I felt was earth-shattering on CNN. They don't use him that much. So anyway, he gets an invitation to speak at the Democratic Convention because he's a Republican, a fairly high-profile Republican. And the governor takes the invitation, and here's what he does with it. Go.
I've known Joe Biden for 30 years. I know his story of profound grief that has so deeply affected his character. I know Joe is a good man, a man of faith, a unifier, someone who understands the hopes and dreams of the common man and the common woman, a man who can help us to see the humanity in each other. He knows that the path to a restored and rejuvenated America lies in respect and unity and a common purpose for everyone. And I know that Joe Biden, with his experience and his wisdom and his decency, can bring us together to help us find that better way. I'm sure there are Republicans and independents who couldn't imagine crossing over to support a Democrat. They fear Joe may turn sharp left and leave them behind. I don't believe that, because I know the measure of the man. It's reasonable, faithful, respectful. And you know, no one pushes Joe around.
Okay. All right. So is John Kasich delusional? Yes. Now, the post office. I'm not going to get into this because it's bogus. All right. Donald Trump does not want mail-in voting because mail-in voting can lead to massive fraud. That is a fact. In fact, you will see that this November. After the election, after Election Day on November 3rd, there will be lawsuits all over the place because of mail-in voting. That will happen. Now, I have it on tape, and I'll play it for you when the lawsuits are filed. You can't control mail-in voting. There's too much potential for fraud. So this post office thing is a bunch of bull. People will mail in. I know they will. And we're going to have chaos in November. There's no doubt about it. Because some states like New Jersey, Nevada, and the others I mentioned yesterday are saying everybody has to vote by mail. And they're using COVID as an excuse. All right? I do not believe in socialism. I do not believe in big government telling me how to live and taking my private property. You must understand that elements of the Democratic Party, including the highest elements, Nancy Pelosi, Charles Schumer, the senator from New York, are fine with seizing the private property of affluent Americans. And that will happen if the Democrats get control of the country. What will also happen is that your right to defend yourself will dramatically be reduced. Your right as a religious person, a person of conscience, will be thrown right out the window. You'll have no rights. So they will take your tax money, they being the Democratic Party, and they will use it for whatever they want. If that means abortion up to the last 15 minutes before birth, that's what they'll do. If that means forcing you to attend to a ceremony that violates your religious beliefs, they will do that. And you will have no rights whatsoever. This will happen. In addition, the policies that will be put into law by the Democratic Party will favor a certain group based on skin color, ethnicity, historical injustice. There's not going to be equal justice for all. It isn't happening now.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on the First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on the First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on the First.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know the First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy the First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, the First will be good.
Hey, Cider Crusaders, on my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon. So we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
All right, time now for the final thought of the day. One of the things that is worrying me is that if Joe Biden wins the presidency, my freedom and yours is going to be eroded significantly. And let me give you just 6 examples real quick. So the cancel culture will be supported by the Biden administration. And that means freedom of speech. And you know this in your own jobs, in your own life. You say something goes out of the liberal orthodoxy, you could be fired. Secondly, Me Too and all of those groups. No due process, you're guilty. Accusation, you're guilty. Accusation in college, in the workplace, somebody accuses you, you're guilty. Biden's not going to go up against that. Okay? Private property. Biden's going to pass a wealth tax. They're going to seize what we have purchased after we pay taxes. I think it's unconstitutional, but they'll try. 4, firearm protection. That's going to be brutal, what they're going to try to do to the gun laws. All right? 5, medical choice. You can keep your doctor. No, you can't. Because what they're going to try to impose, what Biden and his crew will impose, is the federal government's going to dictate what is paid. And many doctors are going to go, I'm not going to participate. So your doctor may go. And finally, religion. You think Joe Biden respects religion? Abortion on demand at any time for any reason? He supports that. And he's a Catholic. With all due respect, I'm not a judge. I have no interest in sin or any of that. As far as me defining it, I don't. But I'll tell you this. I wouldn't want to be Joe Biden if St. Peter and Judgment Day does exist. Freedom of religion, gonna get hammered. All of those things will happen if Mr. Biden is elected. And that troubles me as a person. Okay, so the debate 1 week from tonight, pressure's on Joe Biden. Most people have made up their mind about Donald Trump one way or the other, but there's a lot of doubt about Mr. Biden's efficiency. By that I mean, he makes so many mistakes speaking that there are people worried about his mental acuity, and I am one of them. But unlike others, I do not say he has dementia or he has this or he has that. That would be irresponsible of me to say. Because I don't know. I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert in that. I did write a book called Killing Reagan, and I did document that after Ronald Reagan was shot, almost killed, shortly after he was inaugurated, his mental acuity declined drastically. Now, the Reagan administration kept that from the American people, very effective. Nobody knew. But there were times when Ronald Reagan could not do his job. He made a miraculous recovery mentally, and we document that. Doctors couldn't believe it. But at the end of his term, he had completely recovered from the near-death experience. Joe Biden, I don't know what's going on, but when a guy says that there are 200 million COVID deaths in the USA, when he says that hundreds of thousands of military people have contracted COVID, this is all public. You can see it. You got to say, what the deuce is he talking about? So in the debate, the eyes are on Joe Biden. All right? Is he going to be able to be cogent in his responses? Now, most people say, is he going to be able to answer the questions? Well, neither candidate's going to answer the questions. Let me explain. So Chris Wallace is the interrogator. Wallace doesn't like Trump. There's no use for him. I don't know how he feels about Biden, but he's going to ask both men tough questions. Wallace will do that because it's a legacy play for Chris. I mean, he's in the shadow of his father, the greatest broadcast journalist who's ever lived, Mike Wallace. And he has to, on this stage, worldwide stage, be tough on both candidates. So don't worry about that. And he's not going to leak the questions. He's not going to do anything like that. The problem is that each candidate has 2 minutes to answer the question, uninterrupted. So it's not like me interviewing somebody where if they don't answer a question, I say, wait a minute, you pinhead, you're not answering the question. I just cut them off. That's part of my charm, as you all know. Wallace can't do that. So he can ask Trump, what about COVID? What you did this, you did that? And Trump can go, you know what, yeah, blah, 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 and for 2 minutes, filibuster. And Biden could do the same thing. They don't have to answer the question.
Don't have the first. Don't Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, reminding you to watch the No Spin News right here on the First TV every night, 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you deserve the truth. Real news, real facts. It's time to tune out the mainstream media and get news from someone you trust, me. Don't miss the No Spin News every night, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every night at 8 p.m. Eastern only on the First. There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on the First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Looking for the smartest and most honest political analysis of the presidential debate? Watch Bill O'Reilly's live post-debate special right here on the First TV immediately following the debate.
It is time. Don't you feel it? You got that little feeling in your stomach yet? It's debate time. And this is the first debate and most important debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and you don't have to change channel for it. It's coming up here in just a couple minutes right here on the First. What are we going to see tonight? Well, we're going to see Joe Biden perform better than you think he's going to perform early on. We all know why. But it's a 90-minute debate. Does Joe Biden have the stamina to even go for 90 minutes? We know Donald Trump does. We see him do it all the time, giving 1 hour, hour and a half, 2 hour speeches on the campaign trail. Can Joe Biden hold up? It can get exhausting. How do they talk about taxes? How do they talk about coronavirus? How do they talk about spending? Do they even talk about spending? How do they talk about the upcoming SCOTUS nomination process of ACB? Who is out there trying to win over Rust Belt swing voters, and who is out there only talking to their base? These are all questions we don't have to ask anymore. We're going to find out Donald Trump versus Joe Biden head-to-head. Who's the winner? And how will the moderator do? Don't forget, moderators can make or break debates. One last thing, do not forget, right after the debate is over, you still don't have to change the channel because Bill O'Reilly himself is doing a post-debate show. Long story short, you're about to have a real good night. Enjoy the debate. I sure will.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time. Even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I have nothing, I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to
Go
socialist. You're
ahead.
going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said, and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now. I am,
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200. It would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe,
which
was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President,
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're
Mr.
not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already
You don't know it's on the
begun.
ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would
And
you
you
just
don't
be quiet
know
for a
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse
opportunity.
me. I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask
Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris,
you're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to,
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin. I'll give you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost. I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me ask you about,
this is big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the Vice President, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance. It is not. Well, if I can ask you the question, it will end. Not what your party says, by the way. It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option, number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it, and that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not going to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
You graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with Bernie Sanders to the manifesto.
The whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto, number one.
Please let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan
folks,
absolutely agreed
folks, do you have any idea what this clown's doing?
They call it socialized medicine.
Mr. President.
I'll tell you what. He is not for any help for people needing health care. Because he, in fact, already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because Obamacare
he doesn't know how. He doesn't know how to do that.
I've already fixed it.
He has never offered a plan.
Fixed it to an extent.
He has never done a single thing.
As you might know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
Let the president. Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed that. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay? I said, you got to run it so well. And I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time. Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you, Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, There has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Are you going to pack the court? Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why would you answer that question?
The question is, the question is,
Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Gentlemen, I think
this is so
unprecedented. He's going to pack the court.
We're not going to give a list. We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools that cost a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
there was no recession.
You made a point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people. And you would have been.
And by the way, his own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine. We're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
So you're suggesting that the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he said it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after
when it's
that.
Generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering.
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically, you know that. That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure. and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And-
Harris is saying
no,
you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can't trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be
Yes.
suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and
scientists that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died. And a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
this.
had, let me just tell you something, Joe. If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
see,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
Look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
Tell that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi and Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And well, I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great
he
thing
just
by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another
thing.
subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down right now.
Respond to that.
President
shut down
Trump,
the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rally.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've also said, well, look
serious.
at Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the opposite.
He did not say the opposite.
We got a little bit more than a minute left in this
masks
segment.
Are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm okay with masks.
I want to ask you both about one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people. Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with...
Because nobody will show up.
People with...
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
but are you not worried about
a great job as a president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you not worried about the disease issues, sir?
We have a lot of people. Well, so far, we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay. By the way, did you see one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative effect.
No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35,000, 40,000 people at these rallies.
Just quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
Ben, he's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just wrong statement. Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Well, we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
I went... you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have I built a great company.
I'm asking you a specific question, which is...
let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars,
So
yes.
not 750?
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who in fact need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were
president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr. President, Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't booming.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that
he
brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on manufacturing.
All right, let him.
We brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having that.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch, down
All right,
18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't
Totally,
get $3.5 million?
Mr. President,
Mr.
President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even the people who testified under oath.
So let me ask you this, Joe.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
People
he got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh, really?
I did it
I'd
honorably.
like to know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good job. With you,
go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say,
No. Mr. President.
$3.5 million, Joe.
That is simply
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already...
My family lost a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a...
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost a fortune.
This is not about my family or his family. It's about your family. The American people. He doesn't... That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
The answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that is absolutely
you know what,
not true.
You're doing it.
You're going to have
true,
gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but it seems to be. Why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the deal.
Good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
that's
than
all right, but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less than
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is whose
now, second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African-American community.
So, President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
He did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that. Because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place, and you say peaceful protest? No, it's not, but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and, frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than he does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
the reason is that the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
you
crime,
still haven't mentioned. Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead.
I'm in favor.
You asked a question. Let him finish.
Law and order. Law and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more than ours.
All right, we're down. Mr. President, you're going to Mr. President,
every record in the
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died. Shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He would know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
Go ahead. Wait a minute. I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles on racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. Yeah. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police offices. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding, and his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support. Look, he has no law enforcement
that's not
support.
true.
Almost
that's
nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think about it. Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported.
I think, gentlemen, I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You had never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call and bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Really? Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, you know, his own former spokesperson said, you know, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the But here's the point. The point is that that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment. I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
Wait, I have to answer his statement.
No, you have
his
repeatedly.
Statement. Wait,
you have
just 1 second.
No, you've been talking back
made
and forth.
a statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it. And
you know, if you want to
very-
switch seats.
We could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd send in the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay.
But they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
willing to do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia. That's what his FBI, FBI director said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're moving.
When a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in your administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no idea.
Antifa is a dangerous,
all right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and Biden records.
They'll overthrow you.
When a president, I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you, because it gives us it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both of your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, The fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way,
my son... Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and... Why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you add back 30 seconds?
Yeah, yes, you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers, my son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
He
my
made
son,
a fortune.
My son.
And he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he given tens of millions of dollars?
But he wasn't given tens of millions of dollars. That is totally discredited.
We've already been
totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
$3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk about that. True. Gentlemen, that report is totally discredited. Mitt Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
You know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change? And what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management. Got to have cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting.
Do you believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this planet?
I think a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they live their forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country, It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. But, sir, that's burning down because of a lack of management.
But, sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars and trucks?
Well, not really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored.
No, but you would take a lot of cars off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And, and I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations in all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good-paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that, in fact, is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that Well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous. Where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they want to take out the cows too. You know, that's not true either, right? This is a $100 trillion.
Look,
that's more money than our country could make in 100 years if we're
not
going to
the case.
All right, let me because I actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good-paying jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's what he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not my plan.
That's
the Green New
you want to rebuild every
is
building.
Not my plan.
I want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about, if he knew anything
he made a
about,
statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay,
that is
what
not
he
true.
did. Is
You're
he
done in
said
this segment.
he called the military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and
did
he said
not
it on
say
tape. He said stupid bastards. He said it.
Stop.
I would never say
would
that.
Play it.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President. Answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you support the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I support
that means you
the
just lost the radical left.
I support the Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions are receiving mail-in